We've been hopping good comments, like we ain't got no comments since we are back in land Japan for more Street Fighter League action. We are finally back. We had to take a break for some of these offline CPTs to happen and crown some kings and put them in the seats at Capcom Cup, but it's time for some team-based action. My name is Seiko. I am joined with Vicious, my dog. What can we expect for these matches coming up today?
You did say team base, and I will absolutely agree. This will be definitely base. Considering this is the 7th week, we only have a few more weeks until we determine our top 3 teams going into the playoffs. As you had mentioned, we had taken a significant break because of everything that had been going down around the world, and I do mean that, around the world. We haven't had a single break. But with that in mind, I feel like there's something blooming in the air with some of the teams currently in the home position. You can see it right there with Saishunkan, Kumamoto, Shinobism Gaming, and FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN. A handful of the players have been doing a lot of the traveling and appearing at some of the big premieres. One of the more important ones is the Super Premiere over in Singapore. And they've been throwing it down. One of the big questions that I was asking is whether or not the consistency of those results and the matches they played from the previous weekend carry over into the matches we're going to expect this week, which gives us the question of who's going to be taking it down big time during this week, because there's only about maybe 3 weeks after this moment. So we'll see how this goes. I'm just as excited as ever. I know Senkola has been tuning into the streets pretty closely as well. I want to know exactly what's going to happen, and it's, you know, in terms of the playoffs, and that's going to be happening very, very soon. But in the meantime, you can expect good 8 squads, Saishunkan to Kumamoto going up against each other, DetonatioN FocusMe versus Shinobism Gaming, and of course, NagoyaNTPOJA versus Fukushima IBUSHIGIN. We talked about the prize pool a lot, right? $8 million is 8 million yen. Dollars would be a huge amount. 8 million yen is going to be on the line, with 5 million going to first, second place getting 2 million as well, and then third getting 1 million in their pockets with the support of everybody that's been throwing down for SFL Japan, all of the sponsorships too going through it, and also everything that's going towards the individual players themselves, which we'll get into momentarily.
And talking about those awards, it's great to see them, the players individually being awarded for doing certain things like, you know, being the MVP out here, hitting the drive impact, which I've been closely watching too as well. But I'm with you. I want to see what these players are bringing back from either playing at big tournaments, online or offline, what they've been doing in the interim after having the run backs happen. You know, I know they're going to have a different strategy. They have to, since they're on the different home and away side. And cheers, boys. I don't have the drink, but I'll just pretend that I'm able to taste that beautiful energy drink right there that y'all were able to take. Bro, I might actually go to Japan. Was it? What? Can you describe the flavor real quick?
So it's kind of like a lighter. So we're so used to like some of the energy drinks that we've had on a broadcast, right? This one feels a little bit lighter in terms of the taste, but it also kind of has like a certain flavor to it that I can't really explain. Have you ever had like a ramune? It's like a light flavor of that, but primarily more like a standard energy drink type of flavor to it. So it's a weird mix, but I will say, like, the effects are still just as potent. Like, I was up for the rest of the evening, or like the rest of the morning, and I felt great. Like, it didn't make me feel sloppy. I felt pretty attentive. And I might go to Japan again just to pick up a case of those, but we'll see. I highly encourage you guys to do so as well. Take some time out to possibly visit. And what better time to as well, because the Super Premiere is going to be happening the first weekend of November as well. And there's plenty of other reasons to go. You also have like the playoffs happening for Street Fighter League Japan in the later months as well. But we've talked about how important it is to have some incentives for the players, right? When we go back to the topic at hand, the incentives for the players, having those individual awards is ever so important. You guys actually can check it out at sf.esports.capcom.com or at Capcom_esports to check out the website in which all of the data is collected. I had just found like the stats ranking, and so far for Division S, it feels like Higuchi is in the lead for the amount of drive impacts landed. At least that's what it says right now. I don't know if it was like a loading thing, but it definitely shows him at the very top if you go to the stats ranking of it all on the website. But I'll be sure to post that in the future, and it allows like the players and the viewers as well that are tuning in at home to, you know, kind of get a closer look at the stats that go behind a Street Fighter League Japan.
And speaking about people watching, I mean, there's been a lot of watch parties. We have an official watch party presented by many people from different industries, different genres too as well. And of course, these players from Crazy Raccoon, I guess, will be also tuning in as our CPT Singapore champion and also qualified player, Shuto, will definitely be tuning in. So I can't wait to hear what he's got to say. I mean, that guy is such a joke. So you see the demon, he did the demon pose on the stage. It was like a B minus to C plus out there. Could do a little bit better, but it was good to see him get that victory. He's really developed the Akuma in the proper way. So y'all can check those out too as well. I love to see the energy around like you know, people watching and enjoying Street Fighter League from Japan, from around the world, but it's so big in Japan. There are offline watch parties just to sit down and watch some action. That is super cool. I hope that we get that sort of thing around the world, that sort of reference around the world. I know infrastructure definitely helps out, but it's cool to see this grow into a big means out in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a pretty great deal, right? I mean, there's a lot that have been going in the infrastructure. You talked about it for like FGC in general, I feel like, but more so for Street Fighter lately. Like having all of these caravans gathered together to have these watch parties in the first place have been such a really like big innovative idea to kind of like push that fandom and also like push the inspiration towards some of the players that are involved around the entirety of Japan. It's been very inspirational, actually. I want to see if that would be kind of like plausible for something in the States. I want to say region to region to kind of have that, whether it be like online, whether it be like at certain venues. It'd be a little bit difficult, but I feel like with both Street Fighter League starting up now with Street Fighter League US as well as Street Fighter League EU, I think it's possible, right?
Yeah, 100%. Now, let's get our players up to bat. Good 8 squad starts us off. The monk coming down from the mountains to put the stretchy hands of the man is YHG Mochi on the sim. So devious and deadly with that character from time to time. And now the Cosmic Buster busting through the defense. Pugera on the Bison has an Ed in the works, but we'll see if that even needs to come into place. He's been so solid with that character. The singularity, the singular one with a single character now has finally found what he should be running. It's the Akuma with Kanano, Evo champion himself. And the honest hero, but nothing honest about that mix at level 2 comes for you. You know what's going to happen. You better block. You're about to drop. It's Gachikun on the Rashid. This team used to reign supreme, but right now, I believe they're in the 3rd place position, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the rankings. Second place, my mistake. They're 2nd place, 150 points.
Yeah, very comfortable position, and the team that is actually trailing right behind them, which is why this week is so interesting, happens to be the ones coming up in the home squad. Saishunkan Soul, Kumamoto, trying to continue the reign. Dude, I love that intro of Higuchi is just like, yo, bring it on. It's actually so sick. But them being at 145 points is a pretty significant deal in 3rd place currently. Now, let's get more comfortable with the teams, the players, with the attack on heavy tank. That is Fudo, coming in with a very impressive record of 5-7. And of course, the man, the myth, the beast, and also the legend, Daigo Umehara, as part of the team as well. The man who's had so much progress these last couple of years with a singular character that is the prodigy is Higuchi coming in. And of course, the violent emperor himself. It is the Brute King, Nemo, as the captain. What a wild composition, right? Nemo, Higuchi, Daigo, as well as Fudo. Such a well-rounded team with a blend of pretty fresh looks in regards to like how they want to play their characters, how they want to further develop the meta. I think Nemo is a brilliant mind in regards to breaking down characters as well as breaking down like defensive tactics, because he's been a versus player for God knows how long. Then you have like the backup of like Daigo and Fudo, who have been in the reigns of Street Fighter for so long, right? But this is what's going to be established right now with the away side. We got Kanano up front, Gachikun 2nd, Pugera 3rd, Akuma, Rashid, Bison coming up. I feel like this is going to be a very standard composition, no?
Yeah, I feel like this is absolutely fine. You can switch this around and still be pretty much A-okay. It comes down to like the player to player. In my opinion, I think as a rebuttal, Soul should send up Nemo Bison, Daigo Akuma, and Fudo Ed. I like Fudo Ed at the end because I want to see Ed against like Bison, any scissor kick is going to be easily punished. Unless it's hyper well spaced, it's going to make that even harder for him to have that entry point. That mid-range is going to be difficult. Higuchi comes up instead to fight Kanano, which is crazy because I feel like the Gao players, even Higuchi himself said he don't like that matchup too much, but if he's going up, he has a plan. He's a technician. We've seen him develop a lot of strategies for some of these characters that have been running rampant out in the lands of Street Fighter 6, especially Ed. I feel like he's got some of the best play against Ed. So I would expect him to have something ready for the likes of Akuma. But Kawano is such a different sort of Akuma. He is the type to run that meter as much as he wants and go into burnout and be A-okay. He is fine for putting out that burnout scenario and staying as solid as possible. Plus, his wake-up decisions are so hard to read. Watching him at CPTs, watching him out here, it's so hard to read when he's going to bust out with the ODDP or a wake-up button to lead into like a counter scenario to lead into his advantage. And I think that's really big for a character like Akuma. If you have good defense like that, you're not getting cooked up on defense when you try to wake up with the ODDP or whatever. That's a very big benefit.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. So now looking into it though, if we were to kind of make that comparison between like the standard Akuma and the standard Guile players, I would imagine like, yeah, Akuma generally would have a pretty significantly good time. I think his approach, airborne, is very powerful. I think his fireball game is more than competent to stand up to Guiles, especially if he scores a knockdown too. If he has access to like being able to hold the fireball and encroach on that space is pretty important. I think at this stage of the game, if we apply some of the mechanics in Street Fighter 6, some of the mechanisms of like perfect parries, I think Akuma with his walk speed gets much more mileage in comparison to a Guile perfect parrying a fireball and walking towards Akuma, right? Which he doesn't want to do in the first place. But just thinking about that space, like you're thinking about the strategy of Guile trying to keep somebody away, Akuma will not be held back for too long. So I understand why there's a little bit of confusion, at least in your tone when you saw Higuchi coming up the bat. I also thought Higuchi would have probably been reserved for either the Rashid or the Bison pick, personally.
Yeah, I don't think those matchups are too bad for either of those characters. I wouldn't have minded Higuchi to come up, but again, this guy, if he comes up, he's got a game plan. We've seen him grind out even after the fact, win or lose, after Street Fighter League. He is a man of tech. So we're getting the interviews real quick here. Kawano says today, I'm going to eat, how do you say, yakunin? Am I saying yakunin? After this, so I want to win. Yakuniku, I'm sorry. So I want to win today.
Grilled meats.
What is that?
Ooh. Yeah, it's just like barbecue, essentially. Yeah, like Japanese barbecue. Man, I gotta pick some of these players' brains before I go back to Japan to like ask them what their like top 3 favorite spots are. That should be like a YouTube segment. I feel like that has to be like an idea for like YouTube shorts to be like, we're here with so-and-so player, name the top 3 places that you love to eat after a tournament or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's gotta be a thing.
Yeah. Let me write that down real quick. Let me write that down. Anyway, but no, I think that's actually a good idea. You know, talking to these players and seeing what they're going for. Higuchi says, though, I happen to have matchups in big tournaments with Kawano, and I need to win here to get confident in other tournaments in League 2. So he's going up not only to win, but also to have that confidence to build it up against Kawano, and I'm assuming other Akuma players as well. You know, like I kind of like that. It's like I have the energy to get this W regardless. You know, I don't think it's one of those matchups where Akuma will probably win. You know, on paper, I think he has a good time. But there are things that I think Gao can do to at least stay in the game. If you have a good fireball game just in general, like OD, you have a good bar usage too as well. You can cut through some of the faster fireballs that Akuma would present. The damage output that Gao can present in some instances will even be more compounded. I know that's a very general thing against Akuma, but a big jump can lead into so much. Solid puncher also could be a way to designate some space. It's very expensive, but you do what it takes to get in. Here we go. Is Higuchi ready? Or is Kawano going to walk away and eat some meat after?
I'm glad there's context for that statement, but I'll tell you what, man, Kawano, he's looking to get that reservation filled. He wants to make sure he gets into that restaurant ASAP. We talked about that encroaching space, right? We talked about how often Akumas are, oh my god, able to carry their opponents to the corner so easily. Yeah, that option select is beautiful, by the way. Yeah, being able to cover that jump in another way with back roundhouse, that was so sick. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you, that feels like shades of Street Fighter 5 when you would do like V-skill kick, Rago kick into side switch. That actually was pretty cool, man. Again, we talked about the perfect parries.
Oh, he has taken all the confidence away. Walk up throw once again. Another throw. I would assume a button this time. No, a throw. It was. It's adding up. OD flash kick to get the bust out, but you'll take that bar. He's still caught up in the corner. There's still no distance. Has to spend some of that OD, hits him with the heavy kick, Punish counter gets that forward beating kick. I like the back fist, adding some more damage and tagging on some distance. I don't know if he dropped that or just didn't want the extension to spin more of that bar. Either way, we're outside the corner. Back to the drive rush suplex.
Ooh, after how many throws, and he still manages to come back with the overhead towards the end? I would imagine that drop was absolutely intentional. Damn, that was sick. You know, I think it's so crazy that the parry animation too lasts so long that it kind of like masks your down charge as well, being able to go into the OD uppercut or OD flash kick like that. It's very, very impressive to mask that charge. But either way, Kawano, if it's not one corner, it's another.
East to west. Bazukini trade, the tap parry right after, backs up the anti-air, goes Shoryuken, go sit down. Beating kick, the stand light kick, but Higuchi's doing these micro walk backs to avoid that stand light kick or any of the buttons right after. Ooh, into the upside down kick, that should be it. Level 1, not gonna spin all the bars just yet.
Kind of questionable because he had the game dead to rights. All he had to do was finish it off with a level 3, maybe like uppercut into level 3, but now he might be susceptible to the burnout and the chip, which he is. Higuchi taking a smile on a game off of that one. Kawano with a very questionable decision to go into level 1. I'd imagine, okay, so here's the thing. Maybe it was a slight error on his input for Dragon Punch into Super. That's all I can think of.
Okay, that makes more sense. And I like the pushback from Higuchi at the very end right there. He pushed him back so Imperium's end would not be a problem. That would cut through the fireballs, but didn't happen. Better start right here from Kawano. Stand medium kick hits, heavy kick ender. Max amount of damage, frame kill. Walks back for the medium. I love the bait. Think it's a throw. No go, bozo. And it's a beautiful shimmy again. Baits out the OD flash kick and a throw to finish it. Evening things up is Kawano. Better pressure up in the corner.
It's exactly as we mentioned it, man. What happens when the Akuma player is just so competent and confident to push you into the corner, right? Being able to occupy the space with the fireballs, being able to occupy the space with your walk speed and your character placement, with some of the normals that he has, it's very, very difficult to get somebody off you like that. It's going to be a big challenge now for Higuchi to remain active before he gets into this corner. There we go. I like that. I mean, sometimes you got to guess it, and it works out. OD flash kick.
Come on. Solid puncher. Back fist starter. I love these going for that back fist starter. A lot more distance. Back fist again, adding in more damage too as well. Look at this, the corner carry. This is wild. Flash kick ender up in the corner. Now it's Kawano on the back with the blade to set up shop. Blades continues to drive rush overhead. No, it's a throw. He breaks instead. Forcing Kawano with some of this OD gauge every so often. Someone touch scenario. Punish kind of throw might kill.
Oh. I think he has enough. Oh, I was just about to say, if he gets a clean Fierce, I think he might have enough via the drive gauge to take it all back from Higuchi. But I like that presence of mind to use that OD fireball just to double check Kawano. Sweeping away the low medium. What a counter poke with the crouch medium as well from the side of Higuchi, setting up the cross.
Inch our way in without the OD gauge all juiced up. You don't want to expend any ODs. Goes for the jump. Ooh, it's a bait on the DP. Perfectly done in the perfect range. Could have been a crouch fierce, but able to bait out the Go Shoryuken. And now with the lead with the bar, all juiced up. You drive rushes up. Solid puncher. You drive reversal, put yourself out and burn out. It was a bait the entire time. One more hit. That's going to be the meaty fireball. The solid punchers to make him fall. It's going to be Higuchi with the confidence. Cancel that dinner reservation. I think you may go on a diet, my friend. Ooh-wee.
You know,
Higuchi.
I think having an L like that, like, I think you're allowed to treat yourself to a yakiniku meal after that, because that was kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
With how the ending of game 1 happened, I don't know what it was from the side of Kawano, like why that big error had happened. But yeah, man, I would definitely go out anyway and be like, you know, I kind of messed that up. I don't feel good about that.
Grind your sorrows and meats. It'll be like that sometimes. But again, I like the bar usage to drive. You know, overall, from the side of Higuchi, he kept this bar up as much as possible to expend for situations where he can hit the OD to keep up with the fireball, pacing that Kuma would like to have, and he kept us outside the corner. I know that sounds grazing, but like keeping outside the corner is very important to fighting Akuma. Like that character will kill you in two-touch scenario up in the corner. That's where I think he works the best. And I think he's one of the best at killing you up in the corner compared to other characters. And keeping away is kind of the play. You see that back fist leading outside the corner. These alterations in these solid puncher combos to lead outside the corner, very smart too as well. Flash kick's not going to work out. Let me get the solid puncher. I stay nice and close. I can mix it up a little bit. Higuchi getting some points on the board. Who do we send up next?
I want to say Daigo, but Fudo is actually going to be the one coming up next. Surprisingly enough, it's going to be Ed versus Rashid. And we talked about it. You know, funny enough, I would really love to see the Bison versus Ed match.
Yeah.
Oh, I think so. One of the things that I'd imagine, sorry to interrupt you on this one, with all of the data that has come out from the Super Premiere in Singapore between Ending Walker and Gachikun, I think if you want to try to secure points, which is primarily going to be the objective for Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, considering they're only 5 points behind, it makes a lot of sense for Fudo to kind of test out what he's been working on or what he's watched against Gachikun to see if he can find a tactic to consistently beat one of the best Rashids. So I don't necessarily fully question this decision because you're getting intel for the long run as an individual, I'd imagine.
And I have to wonder if like Daigo had given him also some intel about Rashid. He had been playing a lot of dual cabin in the sweaty sets right before the ECT matches were happening. So like he definitely had some intel from some of the other Rashids from across the pond. So I'm sure he was able to deliver some of that to Fudo and the rest of his team. So maybe that's also part of this too as well. And I think overall, some Rashid players don't like this matchup. I think Gachikun said it was like slightly losing in favor of Ed overall, like just slight, not like super big, but again, that's a matchup I think it has to be developed a lot. I think people are still developing like just strategies against Ed overall. So I don't know if that's going to be the case right now, but it's interesting to see him not go up against Pugera. I think this would have been a fine matchup for Pugera, but they must have a strategy. But we're going to have the interviews come through. Gachikun says, I was expecting him and I had difficulty winning against Ed before, but I had time to train for this. So on the reverse, Gachikun was like, I've been having issues fighting Ed, but I've been prepared and prepped. If someone like Gachikun says that, he is like the Batman of the Rashid players. He always has a strategy. He never loses twice in the same way.
I mean, maybe that just opens them up for losing in a different way, right? Who knows? I want to see whether or not, like, we talked about the consistency. We talked about him coming back from the Singapore premiere. I want to see if that's going to be applying against his current Ed competitor. Now, Fudo, on the other hand, he also agrees in a different way. He says it's a difficult match for me as well, and he has like the rest of his comments coming in. But I think it's generally, if you ask either an Ed or a Rashid player, I think they're both going to be like, yeah, I think it's a tough matchup. But the rest of it, he said, versus Rashid, it's a match that the player who trained for it more wins, which I guess it's fair to say. I guess it's fair to say it really comes down to like the players more so than what's on paper. But I mean, I think that was just Fudo giving a generalized answer, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right, prepare for the moves of Rashid today. We'll see. Nice interruption. Look at the target combo knockdown. Wake up TK dive kick. Shades of the burglar right there. The throw right after.
Yeah, what a wild decision to make too. I'd imagine like Fudo would have been able to throw out a meaty if need be. And again, we talked about how this matchup kind of flows, right? Ed does a great job of occupying the space where some of the players, some of the characters would want to counterpick, right? Him having this kind of like mid-space to close range control can be a little bit problematic for Rashid. Hence why you're seeing Gachikun kind of take a step back, throw out some of the fireballs, get some of the enhanced whirlwinds first before he starts moving. And you're going to see that continuously too. Once Gachikun gets within range, he'll throw out the medium kick just like that.
Perfectly called. Up in the corner, go to town. One more throw. That'll take him down. There we go. Gachikun. As you prefaced, had us up with the fireball pressure first. Some little bit of OD every so often as well, but that's the way to play. Crouch fiercely. You don't get too many follow-ups unless you're really prepped and prepared. But he's able to get the knockdown and get right back in. Go Mayo. Another throw. No, this time a button. Light kick. Probably be a knockdown to level 2, I would imagine. Before mix up after this. Perfect parry. Back throw. He techs.
Yeah, what a way to set it up too. OD Whirlwind into level 2 is going to be a big problem for Fudo. eliminate some of that drive gauge just to get him off of you. Forward throw again. What's going to be the mix?
Fudo. Cycle blitz. Desync this man continuously. Not the biggest combo right there, but you'll take some damage. Gets at the corner more often though. Cancel. Whip punish.
Mini fireball. No pressure after that though. Just a single hit. Backs away. Fudo. Trying to chase down and eliminate. Oh my god! He's still within range too. He has to go for the level 1. Is it gonna be enough though? It actually is. I was actually kind of curious considering all the hits prior, but very well done. What a snipe out from Fudo in the corner.
As he gets close, he gets so aggressive. He's been like that no matter what character he plays. He's able to make the magic happen, stay up fierce, lines of mark though, punish counter, level 2 off the knockdown, might win condition. Oh, the wake up back though is clutch. Holds Barry, doesn't have to deal with the corner pressure just yet. Back to mid-screen, the charge up fireball. Fudo waits for the stand muted kick, the drive rush to hit right after.
You tried to check him and Fudo threw out a heavy button. You saw Gachikun throw out that medium after that empty jump just within the time frame. Yes, sir, for the counter poke. That was actually really, really well done. The empty jump into the low medium kick was really well placed because Fudo trying to snipe out either the anti-air decision or going for the counter poke afterwards to get a really big combo. That could have been so detrimental towards Gachikun. So that was a really, really good call out. 2 steps ahead is the Rashid. Really impressive, man.
Keep him right there. Yeah, I'm right there with like the tap parry, just to not be in throw range, only strike. It's a knockdown all off the cycle blitz. Medium stagger steps, but in between the string, the crouch mini kick hits. It's a knockdown off the eagle spike, roll, tick throw, and then after this, establish the fireball game very confidently, forcing out the drive reversal. Still better with bar right here. Gachikun.
Oh, still active. Only spinning mixer, get off of it. We talked about how effective this whirlwind is too. He's gonna keep doing it. Fudo has to hold that.
Rushing mini punch hits though. The snipe on the low. Knocked down the cycle blitz. We a throw? Yes. Adding up the damage. Level 2 is on deck. Has it on hit for the OD cycle blitz, and that's gonna be a punish. Ooh, what mistake that was, and I don't know what that was either. He caught the recovery, the tap parry. A lot of confusion.
That was kind of funny. Gachikun was actually pretty surprised that happened as well.
I'll take that.
You're not gonna set up the level 2 just yet, though. Does get the anti-air with the uppercut is Fudo. Again, the exposure down below. You can set up the level 2 if you wanted to right now. The Isar is coming your way. What do you do about it? Dash up throw, does get teched, does get blown up, but the overhead definitely exposes Fudo's defense. Cyclone, going for the hard stuff afterwards.
Walks low, in between the strings. I like the defense here. As soon as I say that, side switch. No, we're just gonna go for the knockdown. No, we're going for level 3 immediately. Once the bar back, I agree, get the bar back at least towards the green and put them close to burnout, if not there. Yeah. One more sliver, has to drive rush up with the medium. Burnout is here, off the low, gets a knockdown, cycle blitz again. And this character in burnout is an absolute problem. Focus continuously for days, the charge up, no interruption, the jump in, the win, the mixer to finish it off, even at a deficit of health, of drive gauge, nothing mattered here to Gachikun. He kept on with that aggression and that confidence that you like to see. Great victory from the side of Gachikun, and man, you can see how he's just like, yeah, man, I definitely trained for this when I was ready. No matter what was coming my way, burnout or not, still prepared and still prepped.
I'm kind of curious to see what it was on the input from the side of Fudo that led him to eating that enhanced jump. Like maybe he thought Rashid was going to be on the other side and was expecting maybe a cross-up, but he ate that heavy just right to the dome, which is really unfortunate. But we'll see that. I'm sure we'll see that in the replay. But we've already seen like the overall ebb and flow from like a handful of different Rashids and different Ed players throughout the country and throughout the world, I should say. But it really kind of like chimes in regards to how Gachikun played it out, right? He wants to avoid the mid-range strikes that Ed is capable of, so he's going to be throwing out as many resources with the fireballs to build up not only the meter for himself, but also that momentum to get him into like a whirlwind proper. Seeing that all go down, this right here, I don't know what it was from the side of Fudo. He flinched a little bit, like moved forward, but yeah, there was no way he thought that was going to cross up, right? Very, very interesting to see how that turned out, but Before I ramble on, yeah, Gachikun getting 10 points, tying it all up. It's looking pretty clean. 2 games apiece on both ends.
I think at this point, you send up Daigo. I feel like that is like the choice right now. Unless we see why Ichimochi and subvert all expectations. But I think, like, to me, the obvious choice would be Daigo. I feel like Daigo's really been making a clean style of Akuma. He's really been developing a more aggressive style. That was one of his problems he had cited before. And now he is. There we go. Thank God. I was like, please just put up Daigo. I done called every one of those wrong. But Daigo, I like it, the way that he's playing Akuma. I feel like he is a lot more aggressive. It's not just fireball for a medium kick and then sometimes crouching medium kick and stand fierce. It's a lot more of the tools that you expect from the character. A lot more aerial movement too as well. Recognizing that like Demon Flip and Demon Raid is a very important element of the character, especially against Bison. You see that with Shudo's matches. Dive kicks be hitting continuously. He puts a lot of variance, so even if you go for the crouch fierce, you're probably going to whiff. And the reward that he gets is insane comparatively to what you might get as Bison. You might get like a punish counter crouch fierce and maybe a bomb right after, which is pretty good. But for Akuma, if he's with the dive kick punish counter, that's a possibility for a knockdown. That's a possibility for corner carry, it's damage, whatever it may be for Akuma. He has a million tools to work with. And with that stand light kick, I've seen Shuto and damn near everybody start using now and their mothers. That stand light kick is really good preemptively against scissor kick. Shout out to Jammers for noticing that. It's been a big tool for a lot of Akuma players lately. Preemptively in the ranges where they want to scissor kick, you kind of walk in, you encroach in that space, and preemptively slam that button, and it's going to catch more often than not.
Yeah, that's been a developing tactic that I've seen. We've kind of noticed that in like previous weeks of Street Fighter League as well, like throwing out some of the lighter normals to catch like the startup, or also to kind of put it in perspective. One of the things that Bison players cannot get away with is misplaced scissor kicks, especially like more so now than ever because of the recent patch, right? So being able to use it preemptively and also as a punish is a pretty big deal for some of the Akuma players, on top of having that walk speed to kind of make that even worse for the Bison players to not fully keep an Akuma player stuck in one spot, so to speak. Another thing is also the air approach. We talked about that as well. I think it's very difficult for Bison to manage consistently without a charge, perhaps. But we'll see. I think Pugera has done a great job of sniping out a lot of the air approaches with Hell Attack. Maybe like crouching heavy punches too. But we'll see. I think as of late, the way that Daigo's been playing it, his adaptation skills have been kind of off the charts right now. In regards to how he played it, East Coast Throwdown, we've seen it highlighted a bunch of times, how he's willing to do the obscene to take somebody off guard after recognizing what can work, or recognizing what the opponent has been doing in the way they've been playing. So we'll see if that's ever going to come into play. I think Pugera is one who is very difficult to predict.
Yeah, he's been like that since Street Fighter 5, right? Like probably Street Fighter 4. When he was playing Balrog and Poison, just like his mannerisms and how he plays, it's been hard to predict when he'll go for things like Drive Impact. I feel like he's one of the first players, along with like Problem X, to use like Drive Rush Scissor Kick to kind of catch people off guard and to kind of catch the timings off guard. We're getting the interviews here from Gary. Said, I can't win against Akumas in recent tournaments. I want to win here and start my games again. It's a fresh start at life. And Daigo says, my hearts are beating too fast right now. First of all, he got multiple hearts. He says his heart's beating too fast right now. I mean, if you whip an ODDP, it's over. You might as well put down the controller. You've seen the same Twitter clip combo from Phenom a million times. Phenom, please stop posting that. But we've seen that continuously kill the character. Sometimes it doesn't even need level 3. It's level 2. You stand fierce in there. He said, I dropped 100 MR just before this league. I'll do my best. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign, Daigo. Oh my God.
Oh, it's definitely not. Well, it's different. I'm gonna say the experience and matches that you get in ranked are completely different in regards to going head to head against somebody who you have significant data on. In my opinion, people can play mad wild out in ranked. You can lose as many points as possible. At the end of the day, it's just Street Fighter. As Noah so eloquently put it, you're not going to jail, man. You're playing Street Fighter.
That was the most inspirational. That's the most inspirational speech. Hopefully Daigo takes that to heart. Hopefully he gets out the mud. Final game. He's gonna walk away with 30. He's gonna walk away with only 10. Let's begin. Back to old tactics with the 4 medium kicks. This kick does hit. Not a counter. Hard knockdown. You talked about Daigo being unusual with his tactics. Double forward fierce, doesn't get the follow up with the stand light kick though.
Just at the tip of the scissor kicks too. Pugera has a really fond understanding of the spacing that a lot of the opponents he plays off against that kind of take or want to take. That was actually kind of sick to stop the adamant fist. Oh, but even sicker, yo, the bees coming through with the air conversion. That was disgusting.
Every time I watch this cat, I learn something new. Gets the back throw to finish the job, but that's also something that Daigo's been doing. I'm glad that Pugera has noticed. That drive rush adamant fist has been a very significant thing. He does it again. He wants to catch him lacking. This probably gets crouching medium punch because that's like the drive rush stopping tool. And now Daigo switches it up with a jab. If that's not going to work, I'll go with something faster. There's the air-to-air prepared. Wasn't able to get the bomb follow-up. There's a sweet art knockdown.
Yeah, a little bit too far out. Pugera, really unfortunate that he had to make that kind of decision. Maybe he could have probably reserved a charge for a Psycho Crusher, perhaps, but a little bit tough to tell. Daigo's going to be walking away with it unscathed, though. He does have a life lead. He does have level 3 in deck, too. So if he actually gets a single hit confirmed, just like that, it's all over.
Empyrean's in. That's the end of the round and this first game. Daigo claiming the first victory. I mean, we talk about how Bison can kill you in a few interactions. Akuma can, too. Like, one of you's going to die when you fight Akuma. And when you're fighting someone like Daigo, he's going for so many things that are hard to predict. The raw sweep, the drive rush adamant fist, and then they'll switch it up with drive rush jab. There's so many different looks that even Pugera is having a difficulty trying to find the right timing for it. And you see that Pugera has to back up a little bit to try to find like the proper anti-airs against like dive kick and stuff like that. You're giving up space to try to anti-air. That's not always the best thing, right? Like you'd rather not do that and wasn't able to get a proper follow-up. But you have to do what you have to do to anti this character. Like Pugera understands the risk, but Daigo is reaping so many of the rewards of these interactions.
And it's hard to keep in mind in the mental stack as well, like paying attention to that approach when Daigo had been pretty crazy on his grounded approach prior. When you look at his round start, he drive rush into adamant fist like how many times? Like two times straight to kind of catch a counter hit button. Then he committed to the drive rush all the way to get his stagger or his block strings going. It's hard to keep all of that in check, right? Pugera, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. With the way that Akuma can dish out damage, it's too difficult.
It really is. And also, I feel like that's like stopping your options that you usually typically do, like crouching medium punch is so good against drive rush jab and just drive rush in general. Like, Daigo establishes the fact that he can drive rush and then just does what he wants. And again, off of most interactions, Akuma's either getting Oki or he's getting damage. He's maybe not getting corner carry heavy all the time, but those two first things will be happening, especially with bar spent. And that activity that Daigo has is building up bar. As he's walking forward, he's building up drive gauge. As he's throwing out fireballs and finding stand fierce, even if it's on block, he's building up drive gauge. He always has something in his pocket ready to unleash. First game to him. Let's see if we can continue that momentum.
Finding the mark with the perfect parry to get the party started. Now Pugera driving on in there. We talked about what happens once you got with the bomb. Almost time to put the controller down. Oh, I lied to you all. Actually, crouching medium kick is going to be the wake-up decision from Daigo. Knocking on the door a little bit with the fireball. We talked about neutral jumps being the bane of a lot of the scissor kicks.
He wasn't burnout, but it feels like he's the one being the aggressor. I think Stan, oh, he wasn't out of burnout. Never mind. Just jump, applied again, drive rush throw. Has him up in the corner, gets it with a fireball. Daigo taking advantage. Try to push himself out, try to find an easy hit confirm to finish with. So walk up throw to seal the deal. Damn, Daigo almost had that though. It had a close Empyrean's end to finish. It could have been anything.
What a call out against the fireball. Doesn't want to apply the mine, he's going straight for the damage. That was kind of impressive too. He went for the forward heavy punch into the Psycho Crusher. What a way to buffer.
Yeah, really. And not giving up too much space. Not going for the crouch fierce. Just going for that backdash jab. This is going to be more than a dab of damage. Yeah, Psycho Crusher into level 3. Dumping as much as possible. Overkill. And Pugera, the defense has switched up. He's not walking back so, I wouldn't say lack of confidence. He's walking back with a lot more intent. He's not giving up so much room. Using that beautiful stand jab, has a big hitbox on it. and he's making the most of the moments that are given to him. You saw, as you mentioned, the Sand Fierce and the Psycho Crusher right after, having that buffer to double the damage and going for that instead of like a bomb setup, knowing that if it's like a few interaction, I'm going to kill this character. That was dope.
Yeah. Forward heavy punch and immediately charging back to get that Psycho Crusher was kind of, OD. This guy's kind of sick. I know it's not like super impressive, but man, try that out in like in the heat of the moment type situation. It is difficult. One of the big tactics that were employed here, I think Daigo getting caught with the fireball had really changed the stakes in regards to what's going to be played out in the neutral. I think once Pugera had shown off that card and forced Daigo into the corner off of that entire interaction, that single interaction alone, I should say, was enough for Daigo to kind of really reassess and kind of take a moment to talk to his teammates. Because if that happens, if Pugera is now like looking for that actively, like what do you do as Akuma to stop Bison from moving forward, right? I think fireballs have been like the main deterrence for the normals he wants to throw out. Like standing medium kick is a fantastic normal he could throw out. Standing heavy punch is a great tool to encroach on the space, also leaving yourself at advantage, etc. So we'll see now what Daigo has planned to kind of go around some of the strategies that Pugera has in total for these last 2 games.
What if it's going to be more like the Demon Rays? I wonder if he'll introduce a little bit more of that with more variants. Maybe more air fireballs, like the light fireball too as well. Kind of switch it up. He's already established like a ground game. He's established what he do on the ground. It's time, I think, to take the skies a little bit more often. You know, we see Pugera get ready. He would backdash a little bit or back walk a little bit, not give up too much space, go for like a jab. But you'll take that considering the reward that you get could be significant. Now, of course, that is considering like that Pugera won't have that charge or won't have that preparedness to have the charge for the Psycho Crusher. We've seen him already have a charge in between a combo like that takes an obscene amount of work, more than what people might think, especially in the heat of the moment, as you mentioned. So I'm wondering if Pugera will be ready for that sort of step up here from Daigo, or if Daigo even goes to that. You know, less fireballs from Daigo definitely puts him on the back foot. Daigo loves his fireballs. We've known that from time to time again. I mean, not having that fireball game that you'd like to have an access to principally stop the scissor kicks is kind of painful. So in my opinion, a little bit more Demon Raid, more walk forward with the forward medium kick, establish that ground game too as well.
Or drive rush out the gate.
That too.
I like that too. So Daigo was actually willing to play that defensive game, just sitting back a little bit, forcing Pugera to go in for the drive rush, and he gets clipped automatically with that crouching medium punch. It's so well played. And also, yeah, Pugera is also keeping in mind when Daigo wants to go with that drive rush. Oh dear lord. Do you put yourself in a burnout for this? No, you don't. In fact, you save the rest of your bar. I like this decision because that was a lot of damage. It's also maintaining the corner carry, and also you're about to put Daigo into burnout. The Demon Raid gets challenged. You talked about it too. You wanted to see Daigo go into more of those Demon Raid options. They got checked immediately.
Arrow's ready. He had trapped up in the corner where easier to anti-air. Like right now, yeah, you don't had to walk underneath, but we has a trapped up in the corner. He's like, there's less room for me to have to guess what you're gonna do. Knockdown, dash up, no back throw, just a normal throw. Drive rush, nothing. Admin fist hits raw. I don't know what he did, but he got. Level 2 has to do it to get the follow-up at the corner, so get that back heavy kick. Not enough. The throw will seal it. That charge up level 2 fireball.
That was a great way to save your meter, but man, we could have seen a big Twitter highlight if Daigo had not successfully gotten that round off of him. With the amount of life he had left, and in burnout, whew. What a dash. The dash under to get onto the other side was so smart from Pugera. Odie scissored, forward heavy punch into the mine.
He's an old man. Why would you do it to him? The drive impact caught him blocking. Oh, you definitely drop it. Stand fierce. Level 3 for the victory. Even with the slight scaling that you do from blocking a drive impact in the combo right after, it does not matter. This is Akuma, and the damage that is dumped out with that stand fierce follow-up is more than enough. We talked about the mental stack. It was a lot at the beginning from Daigo. Now the reverse has happened. Pugera putting Daigo on the back foot. No reaction. And that bomb, that has to enforce even more of that mental stack. Like, what do I do now? Like, I'm on the back foot. These ODDPs are not working out at all on Wake Up. He's not getting got by them at all. Like, and then Daigo just kind of holds back. He's like, I'll block it out, hold some throws. Immediate drive impact.
Yeah, that's a tricky spot to be in. I think it would have been far worse if the Cycle Mine was implanted, you get the throw, and then you do something into like drive impact because it makes it harder because of the bomb being there and the bomb about to explode. Being at the time where it's about to explode, there's not a lot of answers to that, I feel like, because I've definitely seen a lot of Japanese Twitter tech that has shown off how to stop counter drive impacts, how to stop like people pressing normals before the bomb goes off, etc. There are like a lot of trade sequences that can happen. So Pugera actually throwing out the drive impact initially instead of the throw was kind of devious. It was actually kind of dirty that he would do that.
2 games up for Pugera. Let's see if he continues that pressure. I do like the fact that he has like, again, when he traps Daigo up in the corner, like he's like, okay, that aerial approach that we were hoping to see is getting checked the challenge immediately. He's like, I'm at the proper distance, I don't have to guess. And if I'm mid-screen, he'll just like walk underneath. He's not gonna go for like an anti-air crouch fierce that's gonna whiff and get hit. You know, there's a dead zone around where Bison would like to do crouch fierce. Like right after that crouch light kick from a lot of characters like Cammy, from a lot of shows just in general actually. Akuma obviously included, can bless that dome. So he'll just like walk underneath and we'll just block it out instead of having to go for a risky crouch fierce or a bad air-to-air, like you don't reach in time, you get knocked down to the ground. So I do like that from Pugera. His defensive decisions, where he's at on the screen, they change up properly, and his offensive decisions too as well. When he's dumping up the damage, when he's aiming for the drive gauge, they're all adding up to Daigo being on the back foot continuously, and it's making Daigo, I feel like, he's like, dang, what do I do? Like, he's like, this is what I'm supposed to do. This feels like it should work, but Pugera has, he's steps ahead, flights ahead maybe.
It kind of feels like that right now, yeah. But we'll see. I think Daigo's been in this situation before, and it's a very standard thing to say. I mean, he's literally had back-to-back performances this weekend. We'll see if he could come up with a different look. He's had the right reads, I think, against Pugera out the gate, but it's a matter of trying to fend off the offensive layers that Pugera has already presented thus far.
Third rounds especially. Not able to clutch it out. Or make the proper defensive decisions too. Rush, ooh, the slight walk back, gets the punish counter on the throw. Heavy kick Tatsu. That's where Akuma can really shine. Forward medium kick. Shale no bail right now. Deep with the dive kick.
Damn, he is busting him up in this corner right now. Knocking on the doors a little bit with the crouching lights. Standing light kick as well. There's a lot of big swings in retaliation from Pugera, right? He was banking on possibly getting a big counter hit, or getting himself plus enough to possibly hit a back throw situation. But we do manage to get the big opener from Pugera, just a little bit shy. That's the second time we've seen him in this set try to go for that exact sequence while in the corner, while having Daigo in the corner specifically. Good confirm off of the crouching light too. That was a counter hit.
On the bomb, Daigo the back foot. And even him just like backing off a little bit, like gives pause, like he might hit the Psycho Crusher through the fireball in the mine. Daigo possibly walking back in the corner where he shouldn't be. We've seen Pugera really make the magic happen too as well. Oh, doesn't get to throw the back dash on Wake Up. Level 3, no. Not gonna kill. You're right. You're so right, Daigo. One more touch though. In any sort of super, it doesn't even need super to be honest to kill. Fat jump in, neutral jump, trade. Can he mine the gap? No, it should be over, he'll spin. Level 2 here. Psycho Punisher. Set point for Pugera.
That was so difficult. I had blinked and it was over. Pugera making the most, just threading the needle past the wall that was Daigo. Counter pokes now from the side of Daigo. You thought drive rush was going to be the option for Pugera. No, sir. Walking out of harm's way just in case. Nothing in retaliation for that drive impact. He's going to block it and take it. The jump over the fireball is going to be pretty significant. Now, do you go for level 1 for the burnout? You absolutely do.
Take away that drive gauge. Take away those resources. He does have bar at the bottom for reversal. Air fireball knocks him down to the ground. I like that choice. Switching it up from Daigo. Or Stampier's trying to find the mark. Scissor kick. He auto-corrected using drive rush. Oh, you're so smart. Drive rush? No. He dashes up, gets a crouching mid kick, and this will be it. It's Pugera checking him low and getting 3 on the board. 30 points to Good Aid Squad. The Bison doing business out here. Dang.
That was a good call out too. As Akuma went to the other side, drive rush and just input the scissor kick to go the other way. That is kind of OD. I need to steal that. That was brilliantly done by Pugera. I didn't think it would turn out the way it did. I thought Daigo would have been able to kind of like stomp all over him in regards to like the offensive pressure that he was showing in both game 1, in certain moments of the rest of the games as well. That was kind of tough to manage.
Yeah, I mean, Pugera's defensive time is really good. And what he does when he puts you up in the corner, like how he backs up and he was able to find the anti-airs properly and attacking the drive gauge. You see a lot of Bisons like, yeah, I want that Twitter clip. I want that level 3 finisher. Pugera going for level 1s continuously, stripping away the drive gauge, even if it wasn't going to completely take away everything, was amazing. In his finishes, we saw level 2 as well, and this autocorrect is incredible. Man, he's so smart. He's, again, one of the people that developed the drive rush scissor kick sort of style to catch people off guard if they're going for a lot of jabs, and now he uses it to autocorrect underneath, whereas other people might be swinging up there and missing completely. 30 points in totality. Good Aid Squad Pugera finishing the job. I gotta wonder if you would have put Fudo to fight Pugera, would things have been different? And then Daigo made it take, you know, Gachikun. To be honest, the way both those players were playing, Gachikun and Pugera, they were kind of on their day, so I don't know if that would have mattered.
That is kind of tough, man. I wonder if there could have been a different way to do it, right? You could have put Nemo in the middle spot, Bison versus Machine, which I feel like is going to be like 5-5. And then, yeah, maybe Fudo in the backlot. But that is a tough call. I got to say, man, Pugera, his attentiveness to what Daigo was throwing out there. We talked about adaptability, right? We talked about how much Daigo had gone through these last couple of weekends. But Pugera, he's still that guy, man. He still knows what needs to be done. I feel like Pugera has always been like one of the sharpest tools we've had that has come from the line of Japan. I think Pugera's full understanding of like what certain players want to do and how to kind of like oppress them, and also understanding of the certain situations to go for certain routes is a notch above a lot of other players too. Like we've seen him excel with Balrog for that exact reason of having the understandings of what certain characters' tendencies are on defense. But because that replay of him going for the drive gauge with just the level 1 was kind of insane. Like going for Psycho Crusher and then the bomb exploding in time to get the rest of that was beautiful. I gotta see that. I need to see a clip further on, because that much damage for a level 1 or like a combo that ends in a level 1 is insane.
His routing's so good. To go for the stand fierce too as well, it's like 1,000 damage right there tacked on. Like, it's good. And the fact that he is so ready and prepped to have the right routings. I know people are like, man, Bison just goes for the same combos, but you definitely see some difference in terms of Pugera and how he utilizes what he's doing to stay a little more solid. And I think this may be the way to evolve Bison, is to like aim for the drive gauge, stop trying to cash out for level 3 or wait for those moments. Start taking away their drive gauge as much as possible, utilize the bomb to do so, and put that variance on. That may help out to maybe add a little bit more difference and variance to strip away their drive gauge or take away their options and stuff like that too. But Pugera, I think he's just a trendsetter when it comes to Bison. We're getting the winter highlights out here. Waichimochi says, today I was in the reserve in Saishunkan, so Kumamoto was pretty close to our points, and I'm really happy we were able to win. Kamano says, I forgot the super art command at the last second, but the team won, so I'm still going to go eat. He said he forgot. Oh, so that's why he made that mistake. Okay.
He went for the level 1 instead, yeah. You know, man.
He's like, even the best.
Even the best. Even the best. What a goober. That's all I can say, man. What a genuine goober. This guy Kawano is a riot. I love him for that. Hey, good for you.
All right. Gachikun says, I was losing to Ed, but this is a really big win against Fudo. I messaged Big Bird to help me out against Ed. They were talking on Twitter, what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, one of those, when I saw the conversation kind of happen. So he was in the DMs being like, hey, man, this character Ed, right? And he found some strategies working with the Birds. I know the Birds have been definitely developing some stuff as they've been traveling around and playing the likes of Indian Walker, Bashar, and all that. So it's cool to see the Rashid players, or just players in general that made the same character, still talk from around the world. I know that Gachikun is really one of those that did that a lot when he went out to UAE, talking like Tormentor and many of the other players that are out there that play Rashid, the other characters and stuff like that too. So he is definitely the type to go with the DMs no matter who it is and ask questions.
I wonder if there's ever going to be an arc where the Japanese players travel to like the regions of the other top players to train. You know what I mean? Because we have like Problem X and Ending Walker going out to Japan. We have Men RD going out to Japan pretty often. I want to see a training arc where like a handful of players go to Punk's house or something and do like a round robin. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of lit. That'd be kind of lit.
Yeah.
Just saying, man. I'm not trying to like put up Punk's house for like an open training camp or whatever. I'm just putting an example out. I'm not trying to like blow up his spot like that. No offense. So
Right.
I'm just saying like it'd be a very interesting call because you talked about it just now, right? I mean, in the interview with Gachikun's like, you know what? I was talking to Big Bird about the Rashid matchup, and look, lo and behold, right? We see him fall a little bit short to Ending Walker in the previous weekend, but having a very significant win against Fudo in this matchup. So I just kind of wonder like whether or not that'd be like a thing for Gachikun to travel maybe to the UAE and be like, yo man, help me grind out these matches, bro, please.
Right? Oh, that'd be so sick. Finish up the interviews real quick though. Pugera says I was pretty defensive against Daigo, but I was able to go aggressive after the loss. So after he lost, he was like, let me turn up my volume, and we definitely saw that, especially the activity. Even when he was getting defensive, we saw him dash underneath and do the drive rush scissor kick to catch him on the other side. Gachikun said we played just after Singapore, and we didn't have much time for preparation, but really great that we won. Cheer for us in the next episode. So even though they were a little bit exhausted from traveling and just playing this weekend and trying to qualify, they come back with the same sort of energy. They're trying to get that W, and it's great to see these players. I know it's a lot of work, you know. Having traveled to Riyadh recently, you know, this year, I definitely understand the impactfulness of jet lag, even if it's just like slight or a little bit or a lot. It wears on you. So travel definitely wears on you. To see these players still play at their highest and win after traveling is a really good sign.
Right, I love seeing the progression of all these players, especially after a Capcom Pro Tour event, being able to maintain themselves as professionals and continue on with the league as well. It's very, very difficult to even have to do like all of this on a weekly basis, then prepare for travel in terms of like family time or like time away from home in general. It's very, very difficult. So seeing these guys progress is very impressive to keep on their stature as some of the top dogs in the league. Very, very impressive, right? 180 points now for Good 8 Squad, which topples over Shinobism Gaming, but not by much, right? 20 points, but they still have their games to play. With that in mind, Saishunkan Kumamoto now at 155 points, if I'm not mistaken, and they're going to be maintaining that third place still, regardless of the outcome. But it opens up a lot of the floodgates for some of the teams down below. We'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, you can check out Street Fighter Duel. Man, I was gonna go into the full spiel. I still have like the ad read in my head from like ECT, and I've like been hearing it over at Singapore. You guys have heard enough of that, but I will say it's been a very, very fun journey to see how much has been added into Street Fighter Duel these last couple of months. But also, this is what I was looking forward to. That's right, the original soundtrack of Year 1. I was actually surprised that they were going to put something like this out there, only because of like how often things are going to be changing in regards to like the DLCs and whatnot. But the art is looking really, really cool, right? You get the DLC characters, you get Ed, Aki, Rashid, then Akuma in his classic pose in the background is actually kind of OD. So if you guys want to check it out for yourself, if you guys are like a physical collectors type of person like myself, I would imagine they have like certain vinyls for it, and I wonder what like the actual artwork looks inside for the vinyl. But this is also really cool. They released a bunch of new jury merch, and I'm all about it. All these shirts sell out like crazy. But you guys are getting the news first, man. You guys can also be a part of all the raffles that have been happening over at Capcom_esports if you're in Japan. I think it might just be limited to Japan. But if you got, dude, I didn't realize it, but if you see on the bottom right of that shirt, it has the Street Fighter League logo. So that is I guess that's an exclusive thing going in with Street Fighter League. So that's news to me, man. That's crazy.
That's super dope. Support out here for Street Fighter League with these beautiful pieces of merch that we'll never get unless we go to Japan. Once they send it over. Actually, I might be lying because they might have it on Amazon. I'm salty. Okay, I'm a little salty. But I'm not talking about this next match coming up. DetonatioN, FocusMe. We're fighting its Shinobism game. Let's see if DetonatioN will rise to the charge as Itabashi has finally got his victory. We'll see what happens after this break. Don't go nowhere.
デトネーションフォーカスミー対シノビズムゲーミングの模様をお届けしてまいります。再開は10分後の、20時11分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Yeah, come on. Everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot. Hope you don't miss.
combo. I ain't never scared, never quitting is the motto.
Yeah, come on, everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. Among us,
Take it much farther.
fast with the hands, E Honda. Defend my legacy with strength and honor. I'm the greatest ever. It's a showdown, this is my arena.
これ焦っちゃうといいプレーできないので、いいプレーをしてチームに10点持って帰りたいなと思います。頑張ります。
頑張って
頑張ってください。
お願いします。
頑張ってください。さあ KB 中足圏内。
いいどっしり。
マチャボも球を打ちます。
いいよ
当てるとこ探してたね。
そうその通り
展開でしたね。
バレてる。
そうだよな。
うん、そう。あれ一本で行くつもりだった。
おお、動いちゃったこれ。
どうする？
それ
いいですよね。リバ読みね。俺だったらリバしてた。はい。おいしい。崩して。あ、うますぎ。
はいはい。使うにあるんで割と強気の攻めができますよこれ。
そして中足から崩しました。
はい。
おいおいおいおいおいおい。
いやいい。
おいおい。
オッケ
こ
ー。
れは良かった。
マジで。
よしよしよし。いや内容良かったな自分で言うのもなんだけど。いや前回の反省生かせた気がする。いろんなやつやってよかったなマジで。
もちさん待ってました。
対してしっかり確定取ってきた。
いやーボタン押されないよ降りた。やる。
ナイス。
やってましたか。いただきますね。
おい、なんか意味わからんけど。
到来段を取ってる。そして前投げ。2つ目。うおーやるね球。
はいナイス。なんすかあれ。なんか出ました。
間違えてない？
いや勝てばいいんだ。
相当耐えるからなまだ。
インパクト。さあこれガチ君のら仕留められちまった。
ケー。
40マジか。
41。そうでしょ。
1位です。
天保桃地選手、試合振り返ってみていかがでしたでしょうか。
チームに勢いつけれた。まあ今回の40ポイントはまあ自分のおかげかなと。
なるほど。
はい。先方の勢いがやっぱり。
まあ
それもかなと。
まああんまり言いたくはないですけど、やっぱりその先方中堅と勝っていただいて気持ちに余裕があって、まあ山のおかげでねかなり。
みんなで。
いや
やっぱり1試合目桃地さんが勝ってくれたのが自分としてもすごい勢いがついたというか。
まあ分かってくれるな。 Going right back into it, it's match number 2 between Detonation FocusMe and Shinobism Gaming. We've talked about this before. A lot of implications on the line. This is where it's at for the away side. Detonation FocusMe, they're facing off against the #1 Titans in the rankings. Let's see if they have what it takes. Starting things off with Mr. Optimal. It's Machabo. Ever impressive Akuma as always. Then followed by the babyface trickster that is John Takeuchi. I love the way they say it's the babyface Joka. Followed by, you already know, man, it's Nauman coming in hot with the Shippujin right every single time. Very curious to see how he's going to be performing today. And obviously, our man who had just been put into Capcom Cup, Itabashi Zangief. Big meal ticket in to the big dance. Big congratulations to him. It was an absolute honor to be able to say hi to him and shake his hand over at East Coast Throwdown. I'm not going to spoil it just yet in regards to who's facing off in the away side. I'll keep that for later.
Let's keep going. Home side is going to be Shinobism Gaming as Mission by Vicious. They're in the top spot right now. They do not want to drop. These cats, after having a shaky start at the beginning of the season, have definitely gotten a lot better and got a lot more solidified. Let's take a look at this ridiculous team of competitors and characters behind them. Shinobism Gaming starting off, beginning with the swanky ninja himself, Johnny. Hopefully with a different character today, but Maurice has been the one to go for. Will continuously out here in the league. We'll see if the Bison is in the background. The Grave Maker, he digs the graves for you. It is Fujimura on the Akuma, ever optimal and always noticing what's best and broken about the character. Now, after that's going to be the Vanguard leading the charge. Yamaguchi on the Ed. They've been doing a lot of work with that character on and offline. Excuse me. Last but definitely not least, the Shinobism Prime leading the charge, leading the team of ninjas. Momochi with that, I like that arm sway, just like Ed. And they, again, as per mentioned, are at the top spot. They have been doing a lot of work to keep themselves there, but there's one, I think, small issue, and that is Johnny. I want to see what's going to be happening with that cat. Does he have a Bison? Is the Marisa going to carry him through some of these matchups that may come up, or is he just there for that support, for strategy, and for, I guess, mental support as well?
I just want to see him cook, man. Put him on the grill. I just want to see how it plays out. But in the meantime, let's reveal the away roster, exactly what I was prefacing with earlier. Itabashi is not playing this week. That is a big surprise to me, man. I gotta say, Itabashi had a ridiculous run over at East Coast Throwdown. But him taking the time off to not play, I mean, I can understand when if you are in a decent position to make it into the playoffs. But this is literally David versus Goliath. You actually have the guys at the very bottom with 65 points facing off against the #1 spot prior to the Good 8 squad match with 160 points for Shinobism Gaming. Either way, I can't be fully mad at the current roster. You have John Takeuchi, Nauman, Machabo, Rashid, Ken, and Akuma. No matter how you spin it, being on the away side, that's always going to be a tall order for any team.
Yeah, I think the strategy is the biggest issue. They have the potential. They have the characters. It's just been, I feel like, the placement of where they need to be. Last time, Shinobism won 30-10. They're sending up Fujimura first. I kind of called this. I like Fujimura going up first. Yamaguchi after this, and Momochi at the very end to close it out. So this is what I'm looking forward to seeing. John Takeuchi against Fujimura. It's going to be a battle of a very aggressive Rashid player versus a very hyper focus on what's strong about the character Akuma player. And so, like, you know, someone like Fujimura will be utilizing sweeps with the proper ranges. He's got to have the proper combos and things like that. We talk about Mr. Optimal being the likes of Machabo, but also you could attribute that to Fujimura because he always stays solid with whatever's best about the character and makes his game plan around that.
I could agree with that. This is the matchup that we were kind of, I feel like, in between the two teams. This was also something I feel like that's been evolving even more so with these last couple of premieres, right?
I think in this matchup, like overall, Like, you know, the fireball pressure that Akuma could present deletes a lot of the fireball pressure that you'd like to see from Rashid to establish up the drive rush up, you know, the drive rush dash up pressure the character wants to do. And the dive kicks obviously are really good against like the fireballs, but in the neutral, I feel like they're about the same though. In terms of like the buttons, a little bit stubby on some things, a little bit longer on others. Corner pressure, both deal a ton of damage. For Rashid, it's about the mix-ups, but a continuous amount of pressure at level 2 as well behind it. But for Akuma, you've seen it already earlier this episode. You've seen it continuously. You probably played against it. If he hits you, you're through. It's periods in or level 3, the conversions. It's going to be happening continuously. So we'll see how John Takuchi approaches the matchup. He says, I was surprised by the Akuma pick. So he wasn't really expecting Fujimura to come up, but I feel like that's kind of obvious when you have Ed to deal with Nauman and Ed to maybe deal with Machaba.
Yeah, you had at least one of the Akumas stepping up to the plate within this roster, right? It just makes a lot of sense. But we're going to get the rest of the interviews coming in too. Yeah, so John Takuchi having that statement out too is pretty valid, right? We have like one of the most optimal Akuma players we could ask for on our team for the practice. But I'd imagine Fujimura had something smart to say after that, so I don't blame him. But talking about the matchup itself, I think you're right in regards to what can transpire in the neutral. I think both have very competent fireballs to kind of stop each other. I think in regards to the ranges that they can play out with their normals, it's pretty even, right? There are like the long-reaching normals that they have with their heavier normals. Akuma having the slight advantage, in my opinion, of having a forward fierce. But we'll see, man. I think in regards to like the walk speed and the fireball game that Akuma has, I think it gives him like the slight edge against Rashid. But I like the offense that Rashid gets once a player is cornered, that allows for like a lot of the shenanigans to happen too. But we'll see if we even get there. If Akuma can get you opened up, you could expect a ton of damage. And his offensive starts are pretty hard to contest against. So we'll see it.
Kanano ends it with the fireball. Perfect parry when he's trying to take back his turn. It's mine. Crouching when you kick at that perfect range at the very tip of the toes. That empty jump, trying to the overhead to trade. Forward fierce, as you mentioned, a better button. Very blessed up in the corner. Wake up super deep block, yeah. Even better. He went for the parry, was very aware what's going to happen. First victory here to Fujimura.
Oh. Trying to get a little bit antsy. John Takeuchi trying to get away with that normal. Overhead successfully blocked. We do about the spacing exactly that Fujimura has been placing at. Especially after that target combo, you do that fireball. It's very hard to even try to contest it with any normals. You had to go for the level 3, right? On the verge of being in burnout, totally understandable. Fujimura with a hefty life lead, down to just about a sequence and a half. Drive rush forward, and he doesn't get the bait proper. That's 2,000 plus damage. Punish counter with a throw. Fujimura, he's already had an early start to creating your graves, John Takeuchi. One game already, back-to-back rounds.
And not a single Yasar in sight right there. That's a really good dominant round. When you don't see a single Yasar from the Rashid player, you're doing something right. First game, the Fujimura holds parry, almost got shimmy, hits the ODDP in between the string. Perfect parry in the punish right after. And my favorite book, the charge of fireball, light mixer, push to the corner.
Let's get the frame kill. Drive rush up in there. No covering on the jump out. Oh, you are sneaky. Close to burnout is Fujimura. Trying to steal a bunch of turns back to back. Is this Fujimura or is this Daigo we're watching?
Real. Reverse back throw. Charge with the fireball. Trying to build a level 2, the drive impact, but you charge it enough to release it and get the drive impact right back. You sneaky son of a gun. John Takeuchi gets one on the board for at least a round there. Using the fireball as a bait was perfect. The 4-beating punch hits round start with it. Drive rush overhead, no, it's a tick throw. He breaks the OD fireball, very safe with solid stuff. Instead of Fujimura to leave himself outside the corner. I lie, you're right back in there. No, you're out of there.
The the sequence into level 3. Fujimura, exact same tactic as the previous game, right? Had to do it, close to burnout now. John Takeuchi, what do you do to stave off the defense? You tried to go for a wake-up parry, and you immediately went for the spinning mixer afterwards. Fujimura spacing himself out correctly. Look at that match point. With 0 bars to his name, though, John Takeuchi at least has to get one Isara.
Come on now. Your character's pre-built to do that. Came in the box with the character. He's a proper knockdown, I'm assuming. Maybe he's just hunting for that proper moment. Demon flip, ODDP, let it rip. You're in burnout. Charge up Fireball instead. Okay, no punish. The crouching would kick a little bit too short. Oh, he wants to level 3. All right, big lead right here. Workout.
What
He
a
gets a
pickup!
Wow, OD Fireball crouching medium kick. And that last hit, the stand medium kick, to seal the deal. Shades of dual Kevin right there. But what a OD Fireball, drive rush crouching medium kick.
That was actually kind of sick. One game apiece. John Takeuchi still has some tricks up his sleeves, man. It's in the name. The babyface jokester. The Joker, excuse me. Damn! Trying to press a button in what now?
Punch. Respect the frames.
What is this offense coming in from John Takeuchi all of a sudden?
Structuring is insane. The back dash, almost gonna dash up throw, but the drive rush jab will do what it has to do. He is doing that. Is set point. It is a wild structure. You see him back dashing, trying to find some of these space traps and things like that. Fujimura cannot get a handle right now. Uh-oh, commentator's curse. Hold on now. I may have lied. Tatsu entered because he was at the wall.
What a read to go for the crouching jab as the interrupt towards Fujimura. Speaking of, stealing a page from his own book, too. Oh, boy. Just shy of that range, and that's so deceptive, too. Fujimura, we talk about spacing traps. That one right there. Very, very difficult for John to differentiate whether or not he could throw.
Stepping from that jump in, but still a nice lead here from John Takeuchi. Light mixer. Drive rush back though, puts him in burnout. He's got the Imperians in to fight the fireballs if need be, and also the demon flips. And these fast fireballs with the heavy. So gets the bar back, talked about it, he's delivering. Imperians in there. Let me take some of that bar, get the follow-up right after. Build up mine.
Background house. Safe jump right after, builds himself all of his drive gauge as well. The perfect parry, not gonna go for the side switch just yet. Does it after the OD Eagle spike. Makes a lot of sense. Here comes the Isar. That was a counter hit too, Fujimura. Tried to delay a button press. John Takeuchi was all over it. The backdash is there as well. 2,000 plus damage. Watch out now. You're within throw range. Uppercut. Oh, I thought that was gonna be it.
And 2. Woody Farm will cut through. Oh, the drive impact. This one will win. Closer to the award. And now leaving with some points. Fujimura with a big grin. Is he's able to get the win right there. Honestly, that could have been an OD Fireball. It could have been, as you saw, the drive impact, but very well done with the space traps. Fujimura taking a page out of John Takeuchi's book and being able to deliver the pain right there. Wow. What a match, though.
You know, there were a lot of close calls. Plenty of close calls, but I did not expect it to go round for round, pound for pound between these two. John Takeuchi and Fujimura really showing off what it's like being on this receiving end on defense against either character. That was actually so terrifying to predict how they were going to get out of these certain situations in the corner, right? But that pickup also was immaculate. That is something I've never seen before. John Takeuchi, you talked about the shades of dual Kevin with the medium kick, but this right here, the sequencing that led into this moment, Fujimura was so far. He was mad far. I didn't even think that drive impact would have reached.
Whenever I watch Fujimura, he really uses drive impact as like a, well, use it sometimes as like a whip punish. So he's like, he understands the ranges of where it's going to be at. And again, as you mentioned, like it's deceptively far compared to maybe other drive impacts. It's a really good one. So 10 points right there. Fujimura walking away with the victory, where John Takeuchi is going to cook him in that second game. Now, Yamaguchi should go up in my opinion, but we'll see who they send up.
Yeah,
That
that's
makes
a good
sense.
call. If it's not one Ed, it's another, right? I think
Yeah, really.
in regards to what we've talked about and how Ed wants to kind of play the matchup, it's somewhat similar to the game plan against some of the Akuma players we've kind of highlighted over the past weekend. One of the big differences, though, I feel like Nauman or Ken in general is the utilization of Jinrai too, like being able to have that type of pressure tool. It's been the bane of a lot of players' existence right now on social media. It's kind of funny. One of the big memes going is like, you know, a move is busted when you could say the name of it, like the actual name of it. Jinrai has been the talk of the town these last couple of days, and it's kind of funny to hear it. But on a serious note, I think Ken does a great job of getting really high damage conversions with minimal bar and also like fantastic quarter carry. That's something that kind of we're used to already right now. But Nauman had a pretty impressive weekend, no?
Yeah, he did. He did really work out there. And I gotta imagine that while he was out there, being able to fight some of the best Eds in the business should give him that, like, I guess, game plan to fight the character. I feel like whenever I watch Street Fighter League Japan, when we were out here, we really see Kosa really taking the victory when it comes to Ken's fighting Ed. So I'm hoping that Nauman now has a handle on that matchup, just like Kosa does. And I was talking to Andy Walker over at ECT, and he was like, yeah, when it comes to like Ken players that I would not like to play, like it'd be Nauman in terms of like the ones, or Nauman, I'm sorry, it'd be Kosa, because he's the one that understands the matchup. But again, if he's leading the charge, that's a lot to blueprint from. We'll see if Nauman's prepared and prepped for this matchup. And again, getting a pretty high placement out there at Singapore is also going to help in terms of like, hey, I might be good at this game, or give him more of that energy since, you know, his team isn't doing so well. It should give him that boost in terms of confidence. But again, it's hard to break up someone like Yamaguchi. His defense has been classically ridiculous. You know, his defensive presses, when he gets off those moments, have been real good. So we'll see what happens here.
I'm looking forward to it. Yamaguchi already having a pretty good interview, I'd imagine. All smiles thus far, but yeah, even Yamaguchi had mentioned, he just talked about Nauman's performance over at Singapore, right? So a lot of respect being given towards Nauman in this interview, actually. So talking about it, Nauman, you know, saying he did his training, Yamaguchi being the scary opponent that he is. And it makes sense. I mean, like, Yamaguchi's been, in the previous season, a very dominant player to watch. Watching him play DJ was very inspirational, by the way. That cat could, I'm telling you, man, he could move, bro. I was thoroughly surprised. But Yamaguchi in response, I don't have anything I did that makes me scary, but I'll win so that I'm not scary. I don't know, if you win, I think that kind of reinforces the point that you are scary, right? Maybe I'm tripping, but that's his response. I'd imagine he said something along the lines of talking about Nauman in Singapore as well, but either way, that's the translation we got, and we'll stick to it.
All right, let's see what happens in the match. Let's see who's the scariest in the business. The spooky season out here. Yamaguchi is very spooky. Again, on defense, we see him have some of these fantastic timings, and when he wants to have like a rebuttal, like a delayed jab or a delayed crouching medium punch. I think it's even more so better here for Ed, especially when you get caught in the corner. You want the fastest DP in the business. Already started with the aggression, wakes up with the OD DP. Nauman says, mine's quick with it, lets it rip. It's that fireball nice and close. That's what I like to see against some of these normals. Fireballs as pokes when you get close enough to Ed.
Oh, what a spacing trap, too. And a frame kill off of the sweep into the throw. That was pretty impressive. The backdash, though, from Nauman.
But still, stand medium kick to catch the walk back. Let that go for free. Nauman had some potential right there. Has to make the most of that corner. Hard knockdown off the sweep, the dash up, drive rush throw. Now the plus range, the throw. Yeah, really.
Oh. What a big check. Yamaguchi does get the forward throw. Kill rush forward. Trying to be within range to get a snipe out, too, with some of the normals that he has. We talked about that before. Nothing of it, too.
Oh, jump like kick. Caught the stand fierce, was already out. Talked about the Jinrai. with the level 3 for the
That was a
victory
good
right here.
sequence.
I like this.
For the rest of his bar, too, catching the Jinrai in that way into OD Jinrai was really, really well done. Now, man, good awareness in regards to the situation. I think his game sense right now has been pretty sharp against Yamaguchi, going for the step kick. Kind of wild, but even more so from the side of Yamaguchi, going for the drive rush right afterwards. No counter against Nauman's drive rush, though.
That could do that. He's got the jabs to stop you in your tracks. Anti-air, psycho upper, heavy kick right after, trying to get a meaty off. Bar not looking so good, it's looking real bad.
Yeah, now we go for the step kick again. Yamaguchi was well aware that he was able to throw out that that snatcher, excuse me, into level 3 now. Yeah, not much you can do about this. That's gonna be drive impacts, regardless of what you choose to do. Yamaguchi not doing great in regards to not being a scary opponent to face off against. I don't think he's beating those allegations.
Absolutely not. This dude had already saw the step kick. First of all, step kick didn't work out. It is a typical thing that you would do in the mid-range, so I get a counter hit, so it's not strange to see that option, like exercise, especially round start. However, he saw it once, he said never again. Saw him in the proper distance. As soon as it whipped, he got the punish counter follow, killed the gauge, hit him with the super right after, and that was it. You know, I feel like this dude is again, he said he wasn't scary. He is horrifying to fight. You can't fight outside the corner. You can't find that crouching mini kick or counter hit to get the side switch as Ken. That's horrifying. And even the projectile game not working out too much. And the minute that you let off the gas, he just walks up, does the stand meter kick as we saw, to walk outside the corner. As Nauman tried to back up just a little bit to kind of reassess a little bit. And the walk-up stand meter kick was there. As soon as he woke up, you know, Yamaguchi is hella scary. Bro, you're not beating those allegations. You have failed the case.
Murder was the case. That's what I'm saying. Yamaguchi is definitely I want to say, like, he had the right reads against Nauman too in regards to like some of the subtle nuances that have happened between the rounds, right? Utilizing that step kick is a pretty big deal, I feel like, for some of the Kens that want to get by and maybe catch somebody off guard. I've seen plenty of moments where like the step kick causes a counter hit, it gets some of the players scared, but Yamaguchi has done a great job of maintaining his space. We talked about the spacing trap that he had in the first initial round after 2 blocked normals. I think he's also maintained that composure throughout the entirety of this particular set, or at least this particular game. So I don't think he's going to get caught off guard too much with tactics like that from Nauman. I want to see him play it a little bit more sturdy and maybe enforce possibly a little bit more Jinrai pressure. I want to see how some of the Eds kind of face off against Jinrai pressure, right? We talked about uppercuts not necessarily being the fastest in the game, especially his OD uppercut, right? So I want to see if that's going to be a factor going into it as soon as Nauman can possibly close the gap. That's going to be the biggest hurdle, in my opinion, against Ed. It's not even just Yamaguchi's Ed, but Ed in general.
You know, I watched Kosa like practice that matchup. Like he has to walk up close enough for this to matter, but it's definitely not a full screen thing. But he has to get about stand medium kick range in between that and hit the OD fireball. Instead of using the bar for like drive or shab or whatever it may be, OD fireball is kind of like a big initiator, and that allows for other things to happen. Maybe the step kick might hit a little bit more. Yeah, see, drive rushing raw is just not going to work out. Ed players are so prepped and prepared to stop that, especially if they've gotten a lock on stand medium kick, crouching light kick, stand light kick. Those buttons are really good to stop the stuff drive rush. You got to use some of that bar for OD fireball. He'll get that raw jump and use some of that bar for the OD side switch off the Dragon Lash.
I believe that's the second time Nauman has actually gotten a raw jump in against Yamaguchi. Try to play that counter poke game as well, but I like that bust out for the cost of your meter, though. We'll find out if it's going to be worth it. The punish counter in from Yamaguchi. You have to hold the pressure after the snatcher. Unless you wanted to get raw with it, too. You could go for a level 1 between a block string if you're like feeling kind of jumpy.
I think he's buffering for that, too. Let's get him from the corner. Bar back. Oh, that's getting gory like a horror story. This man is dangerous. He got the bar back, but was unafraid of any sort of reversal or rebuttal. The timings of the strings are so difficult to deal with, and if your entry port's getting caught, like, what do you do? No more jump-ins. Tick throw.
Kill rush forward. And I like the kill rush backwards immediately after the standing heavy punch, too. giving Nauman a false sense of security. Man, again, how many times has Nauman gotten this big jump in sequence? This is the 3rd time in the set thus far.
Has to be close up for it to work out though. Getting like breathing distance, it feels. But that does give some pensiveness here to Yamaguchi. You see him trying to avoid the crouching medium kick. He's gonna get the shimmy off. Flicker right after, trying to kill the drive gauge, but he coming into another flicker. Another jump in the Jinrai, as you asked. The walk-up throw. Driver's jab. Breaks the throw right after. Woody fireball. Holds parry to get some of that bar back. What's the move?
Nauman's already flashed the parry a couple of times over. Not only the fireball, but against the flicker. So you know he's playing. I was gonna say, possibly playing defensive, but Yamaguchi actually got caught. Hand in the cookie jar. He already committed to the snatcher.
That's been the biggest problem right there. I feel like it's that snatcher putting Yamaguchi in these bad moments where he's getting jumped in or drive rush whip punish right after. No run DP. Oh my God, back throw. There's bar at the bottom. Yamaguchi could definitely hit a nasty dream sequence up in the corner. He might need a little bit more room for that, obviously, but yeah, he's fine. He can hit the walk back or could hit the level 3 if he wants it later on.
Gotta be careful of those jump ins, I gotta say, with that space. He could be. The sauce is here now, level 2. Yeah, either way, you were forcing damage to the drive gauge. Oh. He's trying to get fancy with the Jinrai, a little bit too much sauce to be a little bit towards your detriment, but I like that too. He conditioned Yamaguchi off of the Jinrais. We talked about that as being a critical factor against N.
Backward bar, fireball puts him in burnout. This is your game to win. Don't have to worry about that level 1. Woody fireball, wake up, level 1, don't work out. Very smart stuff as the meaty option. Game to game, and I do like the way that he's playing that mid to close range drive rush jab. I thought it was gonna be more OD fireball, but if he's already established a jump, he doesn't need to do that. He can save the bar, the drive rush jab when he's nice and close and personal. And again, as you mentioned, the Jinrai pressure, the mix-ups, adding on the damage.
Just secure the meeting. Nauman possibly tried to jump. Try to do it again. A little bit too antsy in the corner. Yamaguchi all over it too. Keeping it clean with all of his meaties, you have to get the dirty bust out from Nauman. OD uppercut. The run stop pressure, not going to be real enough for Yamaguchi. He's seen some scary things in his life. That, my friend, not one of them. Willing to challenge it.
Nice one stuff. We're already seeing a lot of run cancels happen. Again, he sees something, he adds it into his database, and then cooks from there. Almost got the whip punish. A little bit too light right there. A little bit too shallow, I should say, on the medium. Jump like kick does get the side switch. Run DP. The dash up medium punch. Yes, sir. Hella meaty, but he dropped the combo. He had it in his hands. Now it's time to go night-night. DP. The rush right after. It's still going to level 1. Now flowing. You're dead.
Jesus.
Yamaguchi.
Yeah, no, this guy's scary as hell. That was like over 4,000 damage. You don't miss that. Yamaguchi, he don't miss that. That was hella damage off of a severe input error from Nauman. I couldn't tell you what that execution error was from his side. He did crouching strong, crouch jab, and then delayed uppercut. I don't know, man. That's rough. That's rough to call. But Shinobism Gaming further widening the gap against the rest of the competitors. 20 points to their name thus far.
Yamaguchi, if I see you in the alleyway, bro, I'm walking the other way. I'm going across the street. This guy is ridiculous. And again, as we mentioned, I feel like he adds things to his database. If you show him one thing, he will be ready for it the second time. He was ready against the step kick continuously, ready against the Jinrais, and ready to also to punish also some of these DPs and these mistakes and moments. Ready against the drive rush at certain distances too as well. It really forced Nauman on the back foot. So maybe stand light kick DP was what he was hoping for. Maybe just the push out was just too much, but you can't make mistakes against this guy that is Yamaguchi. This man said he was not scary. He is horrifying to fight. Look at that level 1 ender.
What was that,
He's good.
dude? That was like, that was more than 40%. I don't know what I was talking about. Did you see how much health was depleted? It had to be like 55.
Is that a record? I don't know if I've seen it that much. Like 55 might be. I've seen 50, but 55 seems like more than what I've seen.
I think 55 to 58. If you do like a full sequence like that into level 1, I think you're looking at 55 to 58.
Gotcha.
I haven't done the combo in a while, so I'd have to like try it out again. It's one of those things where it's like on a weekly basis you kind of do it like you have to hit one of these. It's like, you know, you hit your free throws if you hit the gym. It's like you got to do your free throws when you get in, free throws when you get out. It's like every week you play Street Fighter, it's like, all right, well, I got to try that Momochi combo or like the Ed combo at least once, like different variations of it, just because it's just fun to do, right? Like that combo in general is just like addicting, you know, and it feels good to hit execution wise. So I got to check out the damage once more, but I think it's around like 55 to like 58.
Execution definitely matter right there. Let's see if there's going to be an execution of this team. Shinobism Gaming has been slaughterhousing this team thus far. Last time, as shown, it was 30-10 when they had played previously. So now we have Machobo versus Momochi. Now, I think that Akuma can do well in the Ed matchup, but I think that Momochi, whenever I watch him play, he has a very solid game plan against his characters. Anti-air's usually on point. He's always moving. It feels like that he's always ready to kill rush back and get a DP off and proper. It seems like he's always ready also to land the Shin Dream combos. And against likes of Akuma, it's going to be even more dangerous considering you don't have the health to play with. I'm curious about the fireball game though from Machobo. What he'll be presenting to kind of layer on the approach like these heavy fireballs to catch some of these limbs preemptively, and drive rush right after, maybe get like a follow-up after maybe a punish counter or something might happen. That's kind of like the first layer of fighting this matchup a little bit with the Akuma players. But we're getting an interview here from Machobo. I'm curious what he has to say in terms of his approach to the matchup and how he plans to fight Momochi. Now, did they play last time? They did play last time. So Mochi, he looking to put him down to the ground for real. He went for that 2-tap.
So we are getting that in our interviews as well. Machobo had mentioned it. I lost to Momochi last time I played in the league, but I trained for revenge today. I'd imagine for Momochi, he's thinking to himself, you know, for me, it was Tuesday, man. I don't remember that.
Just another Akuma player. It's crazy.
He's just another
That's not what he
Akuma
said,
player.
but I'm just another stepping stone, man. But I feel like if there's a player that even if you win against him, he's still going to be studying the matchup and what happened, like even more in depth than most would expect. It's going to be Momochi. Momochi says, if we win straight today, we're winning 4 episodes straight in a row. That's dominance right there. They're in the top spot for a reason. 4 in a row.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, dude, with 160 points, that's kind of insane. And I think Momochi has had a pretty strong record overall. I think he's, I don't know if this is true or not, but let me take a look closely at his record. Let me see. I knew it was wrong. Okay, I was looking at the website, but it seems to me this man has one of the higher win records. 5 wins out of the 7 matches that he's played. You can see it down up on the screen actually right now. Total points that he's got, 80 points to his name. That's actually kind of ridiculous. So yeah, he's him and his team pretty well rounded. We were a little bit of skeptics, I want to say. At least I was a bit skeptical having 2 Eds on the team because you're limiting yourself. In my opinion, it felt like you were limiting yourself, but not this team.
It's true.
Not with how strong Ed is.
And also like the variants that they play, right? You can have 2 Eds, but the difference in playstyle, you have to prep and prepare for 2 different sorts of Ed. Reversal jabs, Tatsu, sweep. Goes for the throw instead of the crouching medium punch meaty. Drive rush forward, fierce, plus frames right there. Eats a fireball all the way out. The forward fierce right back in again. I forgot my hat, but crouching medium punch that snipe out as a low option knockdown with the Psycho Blitz. What's after? A throw.
Back in this position where Machobo could actually dictate the pace, but it's the snatcher from that far. That flicker just reaches so deceptively far, man. But the fireball's going to be a big deterrent right now against Momochi. You can see he's meticulously finding his way through. Overextension from Machobo after the whip throw had happened. Empty jump low. You set yourself up for the nice safe jump to Momochi, bringing it all the way back. Machimo, he had an idea of going for the Demon Raid Guillotine, but not plus enough to prevent Momochi from walking backwards. The big snipe out on the legs. It was a counter hit.
Very confident walk-ups here from Momochi. See how he takes the space compared to like Yamaguchi, who's been more predicated on like using stand medium kick and things like that. Momochi get nice and close and personal. Knocked down with the sweep. This time the jabs. Crouching medium kick. Good defense until he got opened up. I lied. Level 3 applied. Looking to burn out Momochi as much gauge as possible. Can go for stand fierce or fireball. Yeah, OD fireball, but Momochi knew it too. OD DP.
Very meaty dive kick. All Machimo could do, all Momochi could do is take the harassment, I should say, from Machimo. OD fireball, spending a lot of that meter too. And it's smart. Charging up the fireball, keeping Momochi in check. There's not really much you could do. You could possibly jump out of it, but Machimo was already determined in drive rushing forward to capture that moment, to cover that escape option.
He was hella ready for a DP. Stand light kick did not hit into much. Convert here. Caught him trying to jump back with the back heavy kick. Beautiful read, and look at this. The reward is corner carry off the heavy kick Tatsu. Dash up throw, another one. Now I get with the stand fierce before fierce is a third throw. He's going to throw loopy, wake up super though. He's going to try take some of that drive gauge. He's going to wake up with something. Wake up with something that hurts.
That is a great equalizer too. If Momochi gets a single punish counter combo with OD, it could be lights out. But Machimo, again, in a very similar situation as the previous round. Just a small life lead. Oh, benefit of Momochi. Momochi does score the burnout, but is going to be enough. And he was tapping on the toes until it was safe to go for the overhand. Momochi, out of all the times he gets caught, this is a rare occasion, man. He has some of the best reactions on defense. Machimo just knocking too many times down below. He forced Momochi to commit to the grounded block.
Setup right there. At the limit though. Machimo starts off strong. Cross-cut. Oh, there's gonna be a cross-cut DP. Move for the jabs instead. Drive rush medium. Stand medium kick does not hit as a trade combo. At the range that he's jumping at, it's like nice and close, but it's harder for Machimo, or I'm sorry, Momochi to like kill rush back. He might get caught with like a jump medium kick raw. Knockdown, cycle blitz, jump fierce again with the safe jump setups. I feel like this character having setups anywhere on the screen is mad devious for any sort of reversal sort of character. Air fireball now.
The air approach. Rush forward. Baiting out the drive reversal successfully. Momochi just scoring a knockdown. Simple enough. Not going to be spending that bar, but Machimo, speaking of spending bar, didn't really amount to much, right? The OD uppercut is not going to be enough to deter Momochi with the spacing that was currently at hand, and also the amount of life that Ed had.
Fireball ender. Stand medium kick to take back the turn. Looking for anything. He gets a punish counter, but nothing big. Drive impact. Oh, he's trying to slip it in right there with the drive impact. Try to catch. Gets a fireball or any sort of rebuttal button. Overhead lands. Stand light kick. Don't throw. A little bit too shallow. Striking distance does get the pickup here. No side switch. I think you'd have to use some OD gauge for that one. Burnout. What are we doing though? More fireballs?
What do you do about this though? That jump in, threading the needle past Momochi's offense. I think that was just mad lucky. One of those things where you have the right read against how often somebody wants to throw out the flicker instead. It just happens. We literally had seen it with Yamaguchi from the side of Nauman. Now it's carrying over to Machimo, having the appropriate reads, spending that level 3, trying to look for a game 2.
Uh-oh. Commit to the throw. It's a punish counter instead. Machimo. Some damage all. Sneaks in the crouching light kick in between. Frame kill for the medium punch. OD fireball as he backs away. Cross get DP. Yes, can't leave for free. Pay the toll. Oh, he almost got that forward fierce or stand fierce. I'm sorry. Flicker looking for an opening. Caught the, oh my God. He caught the kill rush back with the fireball. Gets a fat conversion. Dash up. Did he block it out this time? He neutral jumps and he gets a fat punish in the finish. Not again. Not me.
Second time around works out plentiful for Machimo. 2 games straight against Momochi's end. Not a lot of cats could say that, but we'll see, man. Momochi still has one more game to play. Already aggressive for both ends. I should say Machimo throwing out that OD fireball is a great indicator that he wants to get this over with pretty quickly. And you can see it. The anxiety, the anxiousness, I should say. Machimo just about to put himself in a burnout.
You are 100% right in terms of like anxiety. But you went into burnout. So many risky options. Reversal jab, starter, level 1 finisher. Oh, not the right route, sorry. Medium, fireball. He didn't even need any of that bar at the bottom to make him drop. Saving on set point is Momochi.
What a counter to the drive rush. Speaking of aggression, Momochi trying to take his turn into becoming the aggressor, but a big block on the overhead, allowing himself to get into that position to sneak in that crouching jab. What an anti-air against the guillotine. No pickup though. Machimo, he's hanging back. He's playing the footsie game a little bit, but now the fireball's coming in. He thought he could get a conversion off of that. A little too late with that angle.
Unstick, restick, unstick, restick. Hands like NyQuil getting a full corner conversion. Setup, heavy kick right after, finds a medium punch, and finds success to put this man to rest. And I think, again, when you mention that afraidness, that pensiveness that Machimo is doing in terms of like, oh man, I want to finish this. I want to end this right now. You see the ODDP, see the drive impacts, see the burnout scenarios happening. That's not the way he was playing previously, but that is leading to victory here, leading for a lot of moments for Momochi to capitalize. Now it's Momochi with the jump ins, starting off very strong, kill rush with the throw right after. Another grip.
It's so difficult to contest, right? Within that middle range, you can see Machimo kind of struggling. Like, he wants to poke with the forward heavy punch majority of the time, and that's what I was talking about, or leading up to. He wants to see Momochi commit to the spacing of low medium kick, and Momochi does fall short of it. But still comes out strong. He still has a little bit of bar to his name. He gets to shove out a little bit extra damage before he gets into the aggressive situations. Yes, sir, the drive rush forward into the throw. So hard for Machimo to even focus on any of these approaches from Momochi.
It's so strange to see him going to burnout so often. I don't think he's like Kanano where he has like a very strong game plan of being in burnout. It's kind of strange to see him like utilizing or wasting a lot of bar. I mean, that right there got interrupted playing over the OD fireball, but overall, bar is not looking so good, and that health bar gonna look real bad after this level 2 hit. DC combo, dash up forward fierce. DP, one more sequence in level 1 will get it done. Doesn't overextend, he gets a perfect pair on the fireball. Drive rushes back in. Fakes out the charge up stand, fierce the low again. And you need level 2. So level 1 is enough to finish it. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I think this is the time to kind of pump the brakes a little bit if you're Machimo, and he does so. That, you could see it in the way that he played too, right? He put all of his aggression in to game number 3. And Momochi is historically the one to kind of like play against that really, really well. He's always found ways to nullify really aggressive playstyles in every version of the game. That it's kind of a wonder that Machimo went into that. I mean, it's enough to kind of try it out at least in one game because you have like a 2-game lead. But afterwards, he was shook. Like, this has got to be a big sign right now for Momochi to keep on the pedal because Machimo is not playing the exact same ways he was playing in the previous 2 games, which he shouldn't, I get it, but he is getting exposed a bunch right now in regards to like the spacing. Like Ed, we talked about his critical strengths around a lot of the Shotos, being able to occupy that middle ground too. It's been very difficult right now. Machimo can't seem to find the answers just yet.
Careful the timings against the buttons too as well. The forward fierce, stay fierce, not really reaching. I feel like that once he gets to that close to mid-range, he like hasn't found like the proper timing for his buttons to do what he needs to do. Honestly, I say keep the gauge for OD Fireball to get a knockdown. at least do something a little bit different. That's why I see typically from Akuma players, they get close enough and similar to Ken, but a little bit better here for Akuma because he gets that knocked off the OD fireball. He's able to dash up right after. But some of his drive gauge gets depleted, and sometimes not to his fault. He went for an OD fireball. He got sniped up with a stand medium kick preemptively from Momochi. But sometimes he's spinning too much and getting not enough reward. He's in burnout. He's like backing off. He's like, bro, what do I do? I can't really even have the attempt to drive impact some of these things. I can't hit OD fireball or drive rush jab or whatever I'd like to do. So I'm going for like these guillotines or these aerial approaches, and then Mochi's like, cool, I have all this room to breathe. I can just back up, find an anti-air, which is usually a problem for the character. But again, as we practiced before, Momochi is so good at switching up where he's standing. So those anti-airs are landing more continuously. He'll kill rush back with effective ranges. He'll be outside of danger if need be. If it's not an anti-air, he's just prepped to prepare for anything. And against drive rush overall, able to just swat those away. So it's just such a different turn than what we saw previously. Momochi exposing, as you said, Machabo, and he's looking a little bit lost. This has also got to be helpful because you have Fujimura on your team if you're Momochi as well. That's definitely got to help out. You've got Nakuma on your team that's very, very strong. That's also very optimal as well. It can tell you all the secrets
100%.
of Satsui no sauce.
Good confirm off of the medium kick, or medium punch, excuse me. Momochi opting to try to maybe backdash because it was a potential tick throw setup, right, with the jab after. Like you're covering against that option select, so I like that. Machabo. Really having a lot of good calls against Momochi. Does get the throw proper. Forces him to pay the toll, as you mentioned. OD uppercut. A risk taken. Well deserved, though.
It's back in the green. Perfect pair in the fireball. Yeah, now we can get a little bit more active with that bar. No bite on the shimmy at all. Nothing doing. Oh! Well, for just a little bit, able to get the back throw. Medium buffer into a hefty amount of damage, level 1. Masat.
Oh, that was a reversal from the side of Machabo. Couldn't tell you what it was though, but at least to this moment right here, Momochi charging up the punch off of the fierce. He gets, I wanted to say maybe it would work out. Ooh-wee. And the forward heavy punch coming in from Machabo. Catching the forward fierce from the side of Momochi as well. Good block on the overhead. Very aggressive start from Machabo again.
The walk-up throw, chasing him down on that shimmy scenario. Looking for the flicker, the fireballs there. A lot more fireballs in this close range. Not even OD, just normal fireballs. Heavy is fine. Right first throw, this time the driver's jab. Switching it up, putting him in the corner. This is where Akuma players and Machabo have been making the most happen. Oh, and buffered the medium. That was already plus. You respect the frames, gets hit with a simple calamity. That's gonna be the end right there. Hands are already off the controller. His hands are right in that face. Machabo making the most of that corner opportunity. But I gotta ask you this, Vicious. What if he went with a sequence in the level 1 or maybe level 2 up in the corner? I know they're scaling right there. Would that have been better to spin the bar there if you're Momochi?
So it's kind of tough to call. I think with how much burnout was left from the side of like Machabo, I think he had like enough to maybe like chip or whatever. But I think with the amount of damage either way that you would get, it would be kind of equal. I don't think it would have killed, but maybe the level 1 would have helped a little bit more to apply the pressure against Machabo and what you would get afterwards too. Like the spacing that Ed would have afterwards wouldn't be like too bad for Momochi, but that was a rough shot. I don't think I don't know, maybe we'll see it again. Maybe we'll see it in the replays, maybe we won't, but I think level 1 would have been the better choice.
Fair. Spin the bar, can't take it with you when you die. And this means we're 20-20 between the teams. That means we get that first one, aka the sudden death match. But I like the adjustments on both sides. Momochi was doing some fantastic things. Great reads from the side of Machabo as well on these wake-up scenarios. Yeah, I guess level 1 wouldn't have killed, but still, I would like to see a sequence with level 1. Either way, the corner play was absolutely ridiculous. We saw the buffer after the Adamant Fist and the stand light kick. A very typical thing is the space trap for Akuma up in the corner and spend all the bar necessary to take us to 20-20. I say you send Machabo up, but I don't know who you sent up from Shinobism Gaming. Maybe he's run back, right off the rip.
ということで、
How can go wrong with any of the
I would
players
say
right
put him
now
back
in
in.
Shinobism Gaming?
ありましたので
Put him back in?
I think that's
I'm with you.
I think that's the character. It's either Akuma or Rashid. I still think that whoever's in the hot seat right now should be the one to play off in the sudden death battle, no matter what.
リーダー板橋
Unless the captain steps up. I do like Zangief in the first one.
延長戦、最適まみれバーチャボー動きクラシック
There's gonna be Machibo.
Dang, I kind of was hoping for that.
Good.
When you mentioned that, I was like, but actually, it'd be so great. All right, Itazan, take your break, bro. I guess you kind of earned it for getting into CPT, the finale. But Machibo is going to be coming up, so I'd hope to see Momochi.
桃地エドクラシックで Yeah, he called it Momochi Edo Classic. I gotta say, man, I think I don't know, man. Level 1, I'm still stuck on that moment. This is where we live in a day and age where replays would be, you know, the replay takeover would be great. So whoever's on it right now, whoever's listening to it right now, I know it's a little bit late for me to call it out because it's been a long time. I don't know if you'll be able to find that replay by the time this officially airs in the West. But please check it out. I would love to see that and tag either one of us at _Saintcola at ViciousFGC. I really want to know if a level 1 would have worked out. Brian F, where are you? Please.
Yeah, really. Save us, please. We'll see, though, who gets a victory in this lick back right here. And the first one, difficult, a little bit different, I should say, for either side. Your game plan's going to switch up. I like the talk of, like, the first of 2 and first of 3 in terms of, like, what a character can and can't do, or what a character or what a play style will work out. We've seen that happen out here at Street Fighter League. We've seen that be a big talking point out in people traveling for CPT events, or, you know, even other tournaments and things like that. Obviously, first of 3 feels a lot better for most players and characters. But, you know, I like to see, like, the adjustments with these players and saying, if I'm in a first of 1 or first of 2, if I can't make as many mistakes, what am I doing differently? Sometimes some Akuma players might get a little bit more aggressive. They're like, I'll make more reads on the wake up because they won't expect that. Maybe they'll be a little more reserved. We'll see how much we'll play or how we switch it up. Same with Momochi. The interview soon, real quick.
25点持ち帰りたいなと思います。頑張ります。
頑張ってください。頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。続いてホーム側桃地選手、この延長戦意気込み伺ってもよろしいですか。
チームメイトからここ5ポイント取ったら1位だよっていう劇が飛んだんで、5ポイント取りに行きます。頑張ります。
And it was so close too, man.
ありがとうございます。
Momochi was making a comeback of his
それでは両
of
選
his
手
life.
試合の準備をお願いいたします。
確かに
It felt like he was gonna pop off, in my opinion. I thought he was gonna get it all.
5ポイントをこう乗っけられればまた忍びが1位になるわけですね。
Yeah, I was just looking at the level 1. I'm like, if that would have happened, I think there's a different timeline where Mochi would have won that, taken the momentum and kind of ran with it. Even if the level 1 wouldn't have killed, like, I feel like there's a momentum that you get from that. It's like a one-touch scenario, and then we already saw Machibo play so scared. Like, once he was on the back foot, he was able to route that back, but that the moments where he was like, dang, bro, I'm losing. We saw him wake up at ODDP a lot, drive impact, put himself in burnout too consistently when it felt like he wasn't supposed to do that. I feel like that would have, you put him on the back foot, make it feel unusual. I think that would have worked out, but here's the interview real quick. Machibo says, really relieved with the win. All we need to do now is win here and get the extra game and the 5 points. Mochi says, my teammates told me we'll be in first place if we get the 5 points. We need to win this.
Go.
Whip punish.
Big punish counter.
Wow.
Oh, Machibo's all over it, man. With his current pacing. Don't let me jinx it, though. Throw possibly.
We get a counter hit combo. Machibo still has him caught up in the corner. This is where Akuma shines, where Machibo has been shining this entire set. Counter hit, stand light kick. One more touch. Drive impact, perfect parry, too needy and greedy for that easy access damage and win. Wakes up again, it's another perfect parry. You gotta stop doing that. Now you're in burnout. Don't let it be you, bro.
No way. Drive impact?
There's no shot.
Yep.
Ah, but he
and
calls
you know what?
it out.
Machibo was already ready for it too. Way too many lights. Momochi is a tad bit predictable for Machibo's lights anyhow. Oh, no way. Do you spend it now? Uppercut, level 3? You sure do.
Bar juiced up. These more OD fireballs, staying fierce. OD fireballs. More pressure up the court with the drive rushes too as well. He breaks the throw right after. Trying to go for the throw again. Sets the pressure with the crouching medium punch. Level 3 immediately. I'm sorry, CA some extra damage on the way against the health and the drive gauge. Just has the lead. Drive rush forward, fierce. He takes the hit to not be a burnout. Able to block at least a little bit more. ODDP just throws out the reversal as a rebuttal. Machibo, whether it be defense or offense, and a 1-to-1 gets it done with the aggression, the confidence that you like to see from this sort of player. Wow.
I would like to say that I've definitely jinxed it. Production was asking me who was going to be taking it today, and I was like, you know what? With everything that's been going on the weekends, I think the home team's going to be making some big changes. I was absolutely wrong. Detonation FocusMe getting a big W under their belt with 25 points. Shinobism Gaming getting the brakes put off them, I think, with, what, 20 points now to their name. So they're tied up with good 8 squad, if I'm not mistaken. But man, what a bout. That could have been a full blowout from Shinobism Gaming.
It almost was, considering the way things were going, but it ends like this, 25 points to 20 points. That was so, that in part of the very first match was so smart. Maybe too overzealous with the drive impacts, Machibo. However, him waiting and seeing those lights, he was like, I know what you want. You're not going to get it. I'm going to get that jump back, easy punish, and put myself back in momentum. That's kind of like the confidence you want to see. Instead of like the fear. That fear we saw previously, completely gone in the 1-to-1. Confidence back in the hands of Machibo, able to take the game. 25 to 20 points totality. Detonation have not gotten a victory in a long time. This would have been a streak of victories for Shinobism Gaming. Denied.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself if you're Itabashi Zangief. Getting some W's with your team like that. I mean, with all things considered, let's be honest too, with the amount of points that are needed to make your team, or at least to qualify for the playoffs, I don't think they make it. And I don't think that's a too far off assumption, considering how many weeks are left and how many points are needed.
Yeah, you might be right. It's one of those where I would assume everybody would have to fail above you, and you would have to get 40 bombers all the way through, and even then, as you mentioned, you may not even make it through the borderline as more points get acquired. So still, I think they should play as hard as they can no matter what, you know.
100%. We are getting the interviews coming in. It has been rather difficult to predict some of these games and the outcomes too. But Itazan coming in. Nauman and John were really close, but Machibo was just optimal. Hence the nickname. I get that. John Takuchi having his words as well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do an optimal game, but Machibo was just too optimal. These guys are goobers too, man.
Giving Machibo his props out here. You know, John Takuchi, they made some good moments. But yeah, Machibo is definitely the star of the show right now, especially after getting absolutely battered and beat down continuously round after round. It felt like it was going to be an absolute cooking. But him able to clutch out for his team and in the very last one, in the final hour, able to clutch it out and just have better corner pressure, and as mentioned, optimal in the corner. It was, I think, what led him to victory. Nauman says, I shouldn't have been missing those combos. I'll start by being optimal from now on. Y'all are too much. That nation is actually, come on. I'll start from being optimal right now. It's so funny.
I wonder if Machibo has anything to say about how optimal he is, but I think they'll skip over him.
ちょっとね、ポイント足りない状態かもしれないんですけど、残りの試合でね、ポイントね、しっかり蓄えてね、
Okay. We get the final words coming in from Itabashi Zangief, not really playing this week. I think this man deserves all the rest in the world because he's been traveling to back-to-back events. I get that. But as we round out the rest of the interviews, Machibo haven't been winning. We haven't been winning these anchor games, and I was the one playing for it. But imagine there's something optimal to end that statement with. I got a little bit overzealous. I jumped the gun. We didn't get the rest of the interviews, but he was, there we go. He says, I was really responsible for the losses. Really great. We were able to win the match at last.
Dang, no optimality at the very end, but very optimal in his play. Detonation, again, we'll see what things land for them in terms of like the points and how they go throughout the season. Obviously, going to be a very tall, if not dang near impossible point. But that nature of the game when it comes to Street Fighter, these teams are strong. Sometimes it comes down to the strategy. It comes down to who's put up first, who's put up in the anchor position. Like the players are so in contention and very well equal that I'm not sure. Like it's hard to call who's going to take it, even if it is a lower ranked team.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. It just happens to be like one of those weeks, I feel like, for both ends, right? And it's not even too far-fetched to say, like, Momochi could have won that set, right? I think there was a little bit of a couple of moments where he was not ready for the style that Machibo was going to present towards the end of it all. And it kind of was a valid point when you see Machibo win 2 games straight, right? The ending game of that 3 out of 5, and then the sudden death. Something must have clicked with Machibo offensively, or there was a little bit too much predictability on the side of Momochi. I think it was a factor of both, but either way you spin it, I think it goes to show you that a lot of the results can be unpredictable, can be hard to call from a professional's point of view, casual's point of view, even from a commentator's point of view. But the most important thing is that you guys tuned in. That's what it's all about. Detonation FocusMe getting their big W today against Shinobism Gaming. And as it stands right now, we still have one more set to play for this week. For Division S, specifically. We got NagoyaNTPOJA facing off against FUKUSHIMA, IBUSHIGIN coming up next after this break. But in the meantime, let's talk to you about some of the new stuff coming out for Street Fighter League Pro Japan. Another t-shirt that I have to go over there and buy. Come on, guys. I'll do it. I actually saw this on their Twitter. I actually would, man. So I want to be able to get this for sure because the design on the back has all of the teams listed from both divisions, and it also has the names of the players on the back. The front actually has a really cool logo. It's a logo that hasn't really been implemented in Street Fighter League ever. I think it's the first time we've ever seen a logo for Street Fighter League in this fashion. So I'd imagine with the amount of shirts that have been coming out lately, it's going to be high quality again. It's going to be really, really nice to the touch. I need to get this shirt. I need to make sure that my next visit comes with this type of shirt. I need to find out where to buy it first and foremost, actually. So that'll be step number 1 for sure. But it looks great.
Definitely super dope. If we can get on Amazon like we could with the other stuff, I'll have to ask production and have them let us know so we can let other people know what's going on. But yeah, if you get one of those, I'm gonna have to ask you to get one for me. If I don't just go over there myself and get one. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think I'd imagine there's like photos of the 2 different divisions if you guys want to collect that as well. I think from what it looks like, you have like the group photo from like the intros that we see every single broadcast on the left. Then you have a picture of either division, Division S and Division F as individuals, or at least like in their own individual divisions, I guess. I know how else to say that. But one thing's for sure too, you guys want to make sure to get yourselves ready for playoffs. We talked about this plenty of times over, and the way that it's structured is there is an option to get it pay-per-view live, and then there's also the option option to kind of like tune in at a later date. Either way you spin it, it's going to be a pretty important time to mark your calendars, December 21st as well as December 22nd. Then in the grand finals, the grand scheme of it all happening in February on the 11th. You guys can get the premium packaging if you would want to, but there's also other options available for your seating pleasure if you are in the land of Japan at that time. I highly encourage you guys to be there because it's so electric. Every single offline event that has been happening thus far, absolutely banger. But more so when it comes to Street Fighter League, that arena, that venue is out of control.
Seen it year after year. The energy, the excitement, you can't compare. So if you can get out there, get out there. Definitely take a seat out there. And as he had mentioned, buy your tickets ASAP because they do sell out very fast. If you notice, every single time that we see the finale, the seats are packed. They are filled. I don't think there's a single empty seat at all, even in the back row. So make sure you purchase your tickets ASAP. Grand finals being next year means there's a lot of time in between for whatever teams do make it through to kind of grind out the matchups and things like that. In between it, bro, can I grind these out in the game and get these stickers, like, please, or whatever they are, icons? Can I have all their YouTube stuff? Can we get them in the game though? Can we get them in the Capcom? I'm begging you. I don't even play JP like that, but that one is boss. I like that one.
It looks cool. I'm really liking the artwork for some of the characters too. A little bit of a throwback on the top left too. You got the Street Fighter 5 KO one. I respect that. I like that. But yeah, I gotta say, like, the artwork that we've been getting is pretty cool. These last couple of events have been so crazy. But what's gonna be even crazier is the final match going into this week. Again, Division S gonna round it out with two teams, NagoyaNTPOJA and FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up right after this.
再開は約10分後の21時27分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Weekly Street Fighter League Japan NagoyaNTPOJA Otani
マシャキックにシベリアンエクスプレスを仕込んだんですけれども、近いと投げになってしまう。
初大谷しっかりと決めましたが、ただまだリザル足りない。そう、バウンドプラン、なるほど、削りサル見ていた。的確にタクっていきます。大谷、板橋さんに勝負手でしたが、インパクトしてきた。完璧。歩く。これは今までインパクト散々通してきてインパクト。これは直でいけるという判断。大谷、板橋ザンゲーフに対してこれでもかというインパクトを浴びせてきた。
It's time to finish the fights out here at Street Fighter League Japan. NagoyaNTPOJA versus FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN is our final match of the night. Myself, St. Cola, joined with Vicious to round things off. The Daredevil, Bounty Hunter, Mochi, champion of other games, looking to be a champion out here in the streets with that Akuma. Bring something new to the table. Toyama's talent, Otani, running the kin instead of the Akuma, has been doing a lot of work with that aggression up in that corner session. After that's going to be the battle consultant, the coach and competitor, Tachikawa, the modern master himself, and also hidden Manan in the background if need be, the Hammer, aka KB, and the B stands for a Bison, the leader, leading the charge for Nagoya. Is going to be KB. This team is looking absolutely deadly in terms of what they have, and they're close to that qualification line, depending on how many points they get, rising to the top ever so much as things go on.
And I'm glad you mentioned that too, because we have the teams coming up next from the home squad in the same type of predicament, only 10 points behind. Who exactly? FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN, as we had talked about it earlier. This is the composition that had a lot of people day one thinking to themselves, man, this team is low-key kind of busted. And I might have to agree. I feel like, especially with 2 out of the 4 shining stars that we have here, but we'll leave it for that conversation right after this, actually. Going into it right now. Starting things off with the sunlit rising star that is Sasamo. Doing a great job with Ed, actually, not too long ago, posting a lot of tech on Twitter. Then, of course, FUKUSHIMA's go-getter, it's Yanai. Pretty impressive thus far to see the way he's been playing this season in his welcome back, but even more so impressive is Kosa, the Daredevil on ice. Immediately after his return from Singapore, along with the perfect parry prince that is Kakeru, who's been also playing out of his mind. 2 of these 4 cats coming back from a very, very strong running in the Super Premiere. I didn't get to see Yanai as much. I didn't get to see Sasamo as much. I think Yanai was there as well, but I didn't really get to see Sasamo. I don't know if that was just me, but the fact still remains, this team coming back from a big Super Premiere, they got to be powered up, right?
100%. You know, again, having that offline grind gives you a different perspective, especially if you're playing players from around the world. Oja sends up Ken, Bison, and Modern Ed. Well expected, but I think this, just overall, the pathway seems pretty smart here. Tachikawa, I think, is always going to be a good anchor. KB and Otani, I think, are pretty interchangeable. And Sasamo could be stuck in if need be, but I think having one Ed right now is just fine, and having some variance too as well is A-okay. What do you think about this order?
I think it's an intimidating order. I think it's going to be a very interesting route to take for FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN if they want to get as many points as possible. But I want to say, like, I think Sasamo, man, first and foremost, his haircut and coloring looks great. I think he might be the one to go up first. Oh no, it's gonna be Kakeru coming up first. So I was thinking to myself, Kakeru has to go up against Tachikawa. That's what I was gonna kind of like end it off with. But seeing him step up to the plate first, I don't know how to make of it, to be honest with you. Like, my brain has been pretty much so off the mark today. Like, I called the matches wrong in regards to who was gonna win. I think I got like some of the order wrong as well, but this just is a surprise to me.
I think so. I had Kakeru, Akuma, but I also interchanged that with anybody else. That one was also hard to call. I think Sasamo comes up next, and then they finish off with Kosa as the anchor match. I feel like Kosa understands the matchup of Ed, as we mentioned previously. Obviously, Modern's way different, but you know, like on paper, it feels like that could be a good thing right there. But this does seem like it is kind of weird. We have Kakeru coming up with the Akuma right off the rip. On paper, I mean, it's a good matchup, you know, for Akuma. You know, Angry Bird hates it. You see him complaining about it when he's on the receiving end as the Ken player playing, like so Weisim and some of the other Akuma players that are out there. He doesn't like it as Ken from his side of things. The fast walk speed, the fast fireballs, you know, the damage that comes up to the corner. you only have to touch somebody twice with a lot of resources as Akuma to kill. As Ken, it's like 3 interactions, maybe 3.5, depending on. But you do get to the corner a lot quicker. So overall, that matchup does feel a little bit more in favor of Akuma. So I like to set up the character. But on paper, though, someone like Otani can definitely keep up pace with like some Kakaru.
I can agree with that. I'm kind of concerned to see like who's going to be stepping up for the second and third. Now that we think about it, because KB's coming up afterwards, then Tachikawa. I want to see where Sasamo and Yanai come into play, right? Like Sasamo's got Edge, Yanai's got Bison, but both of those players have had like a little bit of a shaky performance thus far in the league. So my initial thought would have been like either Yanai or Sasamo going up first. I was more so inclined to think maybe Sasamo would come up, and then for KB maybe Yanai in the mirror match because I like the way his brain works in the mirror match. And then Tachikawa having to face off against Kakeru.
I feel like Kakeru also would have worked out. I mean, I think Akuma's also fine against Ed. But, I mean, even they were not expecting this. So Tani says, this was unexpected. We can't lose games today. I'll do my best. Kakeru says, really ideal away team roster, but I'm a bit tired from the trip, but I'll do my best. Again, these are absolute champions. Coming back after playing hours upon Street Fighter. If y'all don't see, they're practicing playing hours before and after the fact. These cats are grinding whenever they go to the offline tournaments. And then to fly in, even though Singapore is, I don't want to say close to, but definitely hours away from, in terms of flight, from Japan, comparatively not maybe touch the US, but still, that's a flight you have to deal with. Jet lag, to sit down to play high-level Street Fighter, y'all are champions. I could not do that.
We'll see how much of that really takes into effect, right? I think like if there's anybody who could withstand that, it's Kakeru, right? Because he has been traveling a bunch throughout the years that we've experienced.
Perfect parry. I like that. A little bit too obvious on that entry point. The Dragon Lash. Another hard knockdown in the dash up throw right after. The fake out, but what if he would have braked a little bit and just held back? DP does hit though. It's a fireball. He lands, run DP.
I don't know what that was about too. He had landed the standing medium. Going for a drive in back there was mad questionable.
Let's go for the combo. Target combo into something nasty. One more touch. Kakeru in the lead. Interrupts the dash up. And that'll do it. That run dash cancel getting caught.
Just walks up for the throw as well. We'd seen that instance between Machobo and Momochi actually, between what happens when a character goes for a low forward and keeps the block string true with a jab, right? Ooh.
Trying to reset the pressure. The parries. See with the chin right, trying to go for the overhead to open him up. Oh, crouching with a kick was not in the right distance to get the fall after that punish counter jab. Confident walk up, trying to tap parry. It's the parry prince, but it's not working out. Uh-oh. Driver's jab, take throw. Blocks a low. Beautiful defense right there here from Kakeru at the very end.
Uh-oh!
In a bad drop. What was that?
Not again. Not again. Oh. That's the second Ken player to show us an execution error. First it was Nauman, then it was Otani. I can't even imagine what it was though, because he did a string of lights. He had plenty of time to not go into the uppercut. Maybe he thought it hit. I really couldn't tell you. But that was mad unfortunate. You threw the game away off of that. Ouch.
Gave it to Kakeru on a silver platter. Well, game point here for Kakeru. We'll take that. The fireball approach for these lights and the heavies. Nice on the drive rush dash up, has that jab. It's either jab, stand medium kick, or crouching medium punch. It's ready. It's any sort of entry point. Might be no exit from this corner. Heavy kick Tatsu. Max amount of damage after that ender. Crank up to the throw. Drive rush. He breaks though. Just a stroll on his. I'll just walk up. It's quality to drive rush. Let's spin no bar. I'll just walk up. I got the walk speed. Wow.
It's as if he just teleported to him. That's a big conversion. That was actually kind of sick. Yeah, being able to get that fireball trap from that far. Utilizing that drive rush, Otani creating a lot of space for himself too. But now we're back in this mid-screen situation where Kakadu is allowed to boss Ken around with the range that he has with forward medium kick and also with the walk speed. We'll see if that comes into play though. Again, a little overzealous with the Jin Rise. It's not going to be the first time we've seen the perfect parry Prince exercise his right to parry. Yeah, look at a lot of damage too.
Go for level 2 just yet. Crosscut DP actually puts him up in the corner. This is fantastic. Jin Rise pressure for days. Trying to go for the overhead, but you're dead instead. Misat's go Hado to seal the round.
To seal the rest of the set.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's over. Wow, it is over. That was so quick. Yo, Kakadu, we just got here. He just flew in.
He's trying to get some sleep, brother.
He's
My
like, I'm
man's not
tired.
trying to mess around with his jet lag. He's trying to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Do you notice that Otani is one of those cats to really go for run pressure or like run stop pressure a bunch, or even like run mix-ups? And it's really like, it really hasn't paid off in the latter half of the season, in my opinion.
It really hasn't, because people are so prepared. As you said, it happens right there. Everyone's ready to just hit the jab. As soon as they see the run animation, pow, immediately. That's no longer free. I feel like you have to establish that mental stack before that even happens. And he's doing it way too early, and Kakadu already prepared. His defense is already fantastic. It's not just about the perfect parries. You saw him block that crouching medium kick with the expertise. It felt like he almost like just crouch blocked at the last second at the very end to not get exposed to that low. And, you know, Kakudu's defense has always been next level. He's one of the best in terms of defense. Everyone cites the parry as he does, but it's about the things around it too as well. Versatile jabs and things like that. He was stopping the drive rush as well. I feel like Naomi didn't really have any sort of confident entry point. That's 10 points right now for Fukushima IBUSHIGIN. Last time they played, it was NagoyaNTPOJA that won against IBUSHIGIN. It was 25-20. Oh, so there's gonna be Sasamo.
Okay.
Right.
We're starting to see the other two kind of step up to the plate. Now Sasamo, I think he's had a couple more games than Yanai has in totality. But in regards to his overall presence, in regards to like how many points he's gotten to himself, he's won, I want to say, he's only won one of his games thus far, right? 1 out of 5, and it was against, funny enough, Fujimura of Shinobism Gaming, out of all the points that he's acquired, which is a pretty impressive feat in and of itself, taking down one of the best Akuma players we could ask for in the league in that fashion. But it's still like something to keep in mind. Trying to get some of these big W's it's gonna happen. It's gonna need to happen like sooner rather than later, with how many points and how many games are left. Right after this week, there's only 3 more weeks left of regulation play.
It's a long time to ground the points, you know, smack dab in the middle, the second half of the season, I should say. And speaking of people and what they've been playing, KB, he's had 7 games with only 3 wins to his name in totality right now. For some reason, I expected more. Maybe it's recency bias. It's like recency bias because last 2 games that he played, he lost Fujimura and Machabo. And the last time he played this team, Kakadu had beat KB. Okay, so KB looking to get some points on the board, put maybe another one against Sasamo. Now in this matchup, as things have gone on, I've played it and I've talked to Bison players. They don't like it. Nobody likes it. Scissor kick, you can't do it. Ed has the easiest way to punish scissor kick, it feels like, in the game. Maybe not in terms of damage, but in terms of like spacing, you really have to hyperspace it out perfectly. And it's even more so than like the Shotos with their stand-like kick. It feels like even more so you have to have that proper space. So that is almost a risk to pull that out. And at that mid-range where you'd like to be at, stand medium kick and check you and challenge you, you have the ability to hit the flicker as well, to keep them out continuously. And the variance of the fireball pressure can make it difficult. Now, when Bison gets in, he does what Bison does. You know, he deals out the damage, gets oppressive. The stomps too as well are hard for Ed to answer. He's gonna have to go for the air-to-air jump heavy kick more often than not to catch that character. So I think it's about even, but it's definitely annoying for Bison, I think.
I actually want to see what I was thinking about it. I thought Ed had a harder time trying to punish some of the scissor kicks from like further out because of how stubby his lights are. Not his like crouching light kick, but his crouching jab definitely has a very limited range to it, if I'm not mistaken. So I actually want to see what that interaction is going to be like again, if I'm really like thinking about it, because looking at looking at his hitboxes, I'm trying to think about it. I'm like, man, this normal is not really the greatest in regards to what you can do after a scissor kick normally for like any other character. But maybe that won't even come into play. I do want to see it, but looking at it right now, if you're looking at like the frame data, I think you'll have majority of the time maybe like -4, -5 type of a punish perhaps. So maybe crouching light kick would be enough. So we'll see. It's a little bit confusing because I think most of the Bison players are not going to be putting themselves in that situation in the first place. So that's why I feel reluctant to kind of make that statement about Ed's light normals.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a switch up in terms of like them not going for that option. Like I feel like early days it was kind of like that. Obviously less so now. They have to initiate with like drive rush medium, walk up for that stand fierce in the proper ranges. Obviously that can be hard because the character can outbox you, but once you get in that mid range, you can start implementing like more of the mediums, the crouching medium kicks and things like that. And of course the stop pressure, the variance makes it hard for Ed to always anti properly. KB says, I knew he would come to me and I was ready for his DJ as well. I've trained for this, I'm ready. Man, we have not seen DJ in so long besides the CPT recently at Singapore, and I'm glad that character is getting shine because I still think that character is good. In terms of fighting Bison, I don't know about all that, but I like that KB is prepped and prepared for no matter what comes his way. Now Sasimo says KB is the first player I played in the league. It was a really close loss, so Sasimo took it to the limit the last time that they played. See what happens here though.
It's funny that he mentioned DJ, man. We've seen like DJ's stock value kind of increase these last couple of weekends too, man. I would love to see a little bit more DJ, but I'm still satisfied with the end, to be honest with you. I love the way that this character plays, and man, what a snipe out too.
Oh, it's a punish. Stand jab instead. Not the biggest damage when you're just leading into the corner, taking away these options. He also took away the stomp, the OD with the DP early. Stand fierce initiated.
That pressure. What a way to thread the needle too with that light. Push forward. What a jump back from KB in anticipation of what, a throw perhaps?
You see that utilized quite a bit, and that's a very typical thing you'll see quite a bit from this character. Drive impact against the likes of Ed, call out the normals as a rebuttal. Double drive impact actually lands this man in burnout. Sasimo, what do you do as a reversal? OD holds a throw, can't take too much more. We hold the bar, yeah. Won't spin an OD stomp with a clip regardless, I feel. So KB very dominantly. That stand fierce up in the corner was really what saved the day.
What a stare down too. I want to say KB kind of just backing away just to, as a precaution, but giving that much space to Sasimo led to all this. Not gonna do any supers just yet. Forward throw, dash up forward again. In repetition, these throw loops, man. Do it one more time just in case, yes sir. To ensure the death of the dictator. I like that. Sasimo sticking to his guns. Check it down below as well, man. The counter hit. KB trying to press a button within neutral. I don't even know what normal he pressed, but it did get clipped. Oh, so scary. What does KB do in a situation like this? Dropping? Yeah, I like that too. Sasimo goading KB to spend that meter, thinking he was safe to do so. Plenty of damage on deck. Level 3, that's gotta kill, no doubt. He was already well within the yellow. Sasimo looking pretty confident about it. Survey says 100% perfect KO. Shout out to the Yipes on that one. I'm really enjoying this pace from both players. I think the biggest flaw, though, was KB letting go of the gas a little bit too soon. But we'll see how this plays out now into the second game. Sasamo getting that initial counter hit in round 3 of game 1 was all he needed to get his confidence rising. Huge punish counter into a sweep. I like that. Ugh! Getting more damage on there, but the corner carry, it's gonna be so good. I don't know about all that one. I'd imagine he tried to do what Pugera successfully did in the first set between Good Night Squad and Saishunkan Kumamoto. Maybe try to get a Psycho Crusher. Speaking of Psycho Crusher, the OD version. Looking kind of rough. Checking the medium kick. It's all KB can really do right now. Pretty much dead even in life as well. 1 bar to both their names. Block string true from the side of Sasamo. Now it's not only a battle of wits, but it's also a battle of the gauge to KB. Trying to do a little bit of damage to this drive gauge. Primarily. Back throw for the reassessment. Sasamo now putting Bison into the corner, putting KB into the corner specifically. Nope, too late. He sped through the toll, but KB actually didn't get a proper punish. I don't even know what that was. He had plenty of drive gauge to him too. Sasamo could easily clean it out with a medium. Oh. Pretty smart for Sasamo not to even try to contest that, but the jump clap back, I like that. Sasamo with the air-to-air. Pretty ecstatic about that one. Seeing this player camera. Low exposure. KB driving up. Baiting out the uppercut again. Not going to miss his opportunity for the big-time punish. Still has bar to his name, too. Drive gauge, not going to be spending that, but he is going to be spending super art for the Psycho Punisher. Hella damage. The anti-air, I love that. With a jab, nonetheless. You can't do it. I couldn't tell you how old KB is, but he's definitely young enough to rebuttal with his own drive impact. It's awesome. A little bit overzealous. His name, though, checking with the flicker. I was going to say, KB, he can maintain his charge at the round start. He's not going to be fearing that flicker at all. I'll strange out to the Devil's Reverse. How do you clear out that space? Oh, that was actually kind of slick. Did you press a button? With the parry, OD into the level 2. Let's see what you got. This is a punish counter too. That's so much. Jesus, Sasamo. The full extension of the dream. Has to hold on to the flicker. KB not really having a lot of success defensively against the flicker, so I think Sasamo needs to kind of like bank on that. Tick throw. Again, if wants to, and he covers it either way. The option select is just so strong. Man. Amazing coverage. Amazing coverage overall from Sasamo. We were looking at that. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. When Sasamo would step up to the plate, and he does so successfully against the captain of NagoyaNTPOJA.
素晴らしかったですね。あとは対空処理がすごくうまくて、まあもちろん
But it's good. I mean, that was the strategy that they wanted.
少なかった落ちるところだけしっかり落としていた。
Ah, I hear you. Welcome back.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I'm back. I was gonna say, like, this is the strategy that they wanted previously, right? Like, they were going up for, and it looks like it's working out right here. Sasamo taking the W.
Yeah, it was really well played too. I think like the overall assessment of what to do in the corner was a pretty big deal, and also knowing when to kind of pursue with flicker offense was pretty important. KB actually hasn't shown off that card defensively to either perfect parry it, anticipate the parry for it, but admittedly, KB threw out some pretty wild swings. He definitely threw out sweep in between to check whether or not Sasamo would hold after like a medium, which was a pretty funny way of checking, in my opinion, because that is a raw read.
Especially because Ed can have an easy time to punish that. That's a very strange thing. That's usually like a Nemo sort of thing, but either way, 20 points so far. Will we get another tiebreaker? If Kosa can get another W, can get his, the double jeopardy, I should say, on the likes of Tachikawa, it might happen. Last time it happened, I mean, again, this was the moment where I felt like Kosa really understood how to fight and how to like have the blueprint to fight this character, which other kid players haven't really shown me yet. You know, Angry Bird says he's got a plan. I need to see it. I need to see it, my bro, but I've seen it in the works here from Kosa. But Tachikawa, he's been a battle consultant. It's in his name. He is a coach. He's going to be able to go back to the lab and say, this is what I got to do to get my W next time when I fight this cat. So I'm going to adjust. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see another blueprint of how to beat Ed, or if we're going to see more like wild things from Tachikawa, whether it be new characters that he picks, whether it be a different sort of style with his modern Ed. If he goes classic, maybe, because he can do that. He has the ability to shift between all three. He is a man of tools, using the characters as tools, I should say. The interview from both players, certainly from Tachikawa, but it's just great to see the rise of Tachikawa. He's not been just a coach. He has been very strong throughout the seasons of Street Fighter 6. At the beginning, he was teaching Kanano and was like the point earner for Good 8 Squad. And then out here, we still see his strengths, even though not as strong as previous seasons. Like, he is still very dominant in terms of online and offline CPTs and out here as well.
Talk about that type of confidence going into it right now. Tachikawa versus Kosa. Tachikawa talking about his overall performances and talking about like the way he's currently playing the game. He's feeling pretty confident to himself, right? I don't know what he meant by his second statement though. The teammates left the timeout for me. I'd imagine. Nope, I got nothing. Nope, I can't even wrap my brain around it. Okay, so there was more to that context. Okay, Tachikawa said overall in the messaging in the interview, pretty confident with this game. Teammates left the timeout for me. I might need to go to the restroom during that timeout. Okay, all right, brother. You know, you do you. It's your interview. It's your spotlight, brother.
You got it, bro. Like, I guess they have that timeout sector. He's gonna take that timeout instead of conversing with his players. Like, I gotta use the bathroom, bro. He's like, we're gonna play one match, and I'm gonna go right to the restroom. All right, I'm just gonna go right to the restroom. So we'll see what happens. If it might be a quick game where we won't be able to do that. If Kosa was gonna clean up and take 40 points for their team, or if we get that final game scenario, which I honestly kind of like to see. I want to see more action.
On the other side, we are getting the interview coming in from Kosa as well. Man, these guys are funny. Tachikawa's never really been like a serious cat, in my opinion. Like from all the experience and interactions we've had with Tachikawa throughout the years, right? Because he's got a lot of like fighting game experience under his belt, right? He has traveled overseas at multitude of Evos for other games as well. But he's always been like a funny dude, and I think his English is super strong. But yeah, Kosa coming in with his interview. Really want the 40 points. Tachikawa and I were talking to go and work out in the gym, but we have to fight right now. Why do we gotta fight? That's what he says.
Why can't we be friends is crazy right now, but it definitely is enemies on the sticks. Final game possibly if Kosa takes it. 40 points would be fantastic. Again, he's been so strong in this matchup. Look at how patient he plays this matchup. It's very confident and calm, but that just allows Tachikawa to get these drive rush throws off. Damage is racking up. No, doesn't get the cross get DP. We'll get the Stampede kick though. Punish counter and the knockdown off the cycle blitz. Stand fierce right after on the meaty. Too patient.
This is so clean for Tachikawa too. Trying to take a turn back after the target combo. No, sir. Tachikawa fully anticipating that. Kosa, hook, line, and sinker.
You're gonna walk slow. I'll walk slow with you. Shin with the stand fierce. It's been the button of choice right now for Tachikawa. Kosa has to turn up a little bit, try to go for the back throw. It's not there. The drive impact does land though. Too greedy right there. We're double jump, neutral jump. That time did not work out. Forward fierce called out with the throw. Oh, he should have committed. Go for the...
Oh, pretty close call. One more sequence right now for Tachikawa could end it. He might get that bathroom break as he wanted. Ah, he's got it! Nah, man, he immediately went for the hydration tech instead of going to the bathroom. This guy, I can't tell if he's lying or not. But immediately after that had landed, took a big swig of water. This guy, Tachikawa, making quick work of Kosa in game 1.
All right, let's see if he leaves or if he still stays seated. Maybe he just wants the extra pressure. Maybe that's what he's doing right there. Personally, I could not do that. I could not risk that at all. But Kosa, no.
We don't do that,
this.
man. That's bad. Like, physically, that's bad for your health. Don't do that.
It's horrible. Horrible for your kidneys. Oh my God, your bladder. Actually bad for everything. Anyway.
Yeah. Your kidneys, your prostate, your state of mind, I feel like, while playing in a high-pressure situation. Don't do that.
Oh man, I do like the way he's walking down Kosa though. Like Kosa's trying to slow. You saw he played it before. So he's like trying to slowly walk in and encroach in like the mid-range, the close range, and poke with fireballs every so often, and find the significant hits to have the follow-ups. Like, heavy kick and the punish counter, enhanced tossing for the corner carry, sniping out with crouching medium kicks. The economy of buttons, they're not heavy, but Tachikawa realizes that. He's like, okay, cool. I'm gonna spend a lot. I'll just walk on in. I'll stroll on in with throws, drive rush jabs, and things like that. I do like the jump out light kicks. That's very smart against like the stand fierces, because that's been a big button choice from Tachikawa, but it's not significant. He went for a jump right after instead of committing to an option in terms of more damage to get even more. I went too greedy, and that allowed Tachikawa to block that out and stay fine.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think his overall structure of how he wanted to play the first round was pretty demoralizing towards Kosa, right? Like throwing out certain strings, knowing full well that it's going to be the opponent's turn and taking the big risk with the parry. I think it's a pretty significant deal to shake your opponent up and kind of like go towards a different type of strategy, or even like force like second guessing within your own play style, right? It feels like Tachikawa's mentality is playing for the benefit of a tiebreaker scenario more so than a long set. But I think he's got enough to cover for it. I think in regards to like the strategies he has at hand, him being the battle consultant is not just like the title, right? It's no easy feat to be dubbed the battle consultant by some of the top players in Japan, right? So I think he's trying to apply a certain amount of conditioning towards Kosa in regards to the speed that he's playing, and then significantly slow down for the next one.
I agree. Harder and harder to read. Kosa goes back to the fireball game. Again, try to snipe in with the crouching medium kicks, but the defense has been so far pretty good as he interrupts with the jabs, target combo, pull me close, walk up throw. He was even in range to do so. Parry was there. With the run DP, try to go for the throw after instead of a crouching medium punch. The backdash avoids, hits the heavy, the drive rush right after, attack on drive gauge. Rumbling is coming.
That's so much damage too. Tachikawa is really putting the blast on whatever Kosa wants to do right now. In neutral leads him to this moment. Oh, a giant fearsome contest to the crouching light from Tachikawa. And again, yeah, forcing him to make those mistakes. As anti as Tachikawa wants to be, man, he's still not going to let go of the gas, huh?
Well, the drive into a ditch. Back jump was clean. However, he's in burnout, but he does have options. At level 1, if you can, in between the string, find that opportunity. Flicker's making it real hard to do so, though. Work Fierce is blocking it out. Can he block it till? Yeah, I like that reversal jab. And calls out the drive impact. That'll be that. Very smart stuff. He saw the lights. He was like, I know what's going to happen soon. Yeah, turn him off. The jump over was smooth. Adds around on the board. Cross got DP. Can't leave for free. Not even mid-screen.
Having to contest against the flicker is just so difficult. Even Kosa hasn't really found the right way to handle it just yet. There aren't really like truly correct ways to deal with it, because it's really up to the discretion of the user. Like they can change the timing if they want to. They can cancel into a kill rush forward or backwards, right?
They can go for OD as well. Perfect parry, neutral jump. Ooh, I was about to say if he came down with a button, it would have been better, but he does get this off, but no side switch. Conversion off that counter combo. Buffer off the medium. Is this the blessed button? Is this the button to take down Ed? Let me find out. Let Ed players have to fear this button at that mid to close range. Swung out continuously. Punish counter after punish counter, and you see a lot of run BP enders trying to go for the Oki right after, or just getting the damage off as we see right now. Game to game, if you can get in that mid range and hit that crouching medium punch, that might be the sauce. That might be the success.
Man, how many times have we seen that get blown up, like off of the tick throw, or the threat of the tick throw? Players be walking up and grabbing instead. Oh yeah, that is a big punish counter past the fireball. He was able to hold on to all of it. Uppercut still.
Right combo. Had to counter it. Yet this time, Psycho Blitz is fine for the knockdown. Drive impact right back this time. Not gonna scam me. Side switch income. Neutral jump. There we go. Spins no bar to do so. Right rush jab. Crushing medium punch into the Jinrai. Burn out the walk up throw again. The confidence of these players. I wish I had just a drop of the confidence. And he just gets hit raw.
That's understandable, right? Like, I think the neutral jump would have been covered either way because Tachikawa was pretty much dashing forward or running forward.
Yeah.
Wall and burnout. Yeah, that was going to be a pretty hefty chip scenario.
Get your whip, he does.
Man.
Just to say it's more of a buffer. To be honest, the placement and timing of the button has been insane. Run, cancel, throw.
You were not kidding about that button being blessed.
At the very tip, it's disjointed. It's mad good. And now you see him resorting to flicker more often. Like, normal buttons aren't going to do it. Flicker, got to be the way to play.
Way to tech that tick throw. Kosa playing it nice and patient. This is the pace that he usually plays at against majority of the players we see him fight off against over on streams, especially this past weekend. His pacing is just so intimidating. But Tachikawa, he might have figured it out. He's backing away, doesn't want to be overzealous. 3 backdashes, by the way, just in case Kosa wants to get Froggy and lead.
Or hit that crouching medium kick and
We
get the
just
side
talked
switch.
about it.
He tried to jump. He helped. Yeah, that'll be that level 3 after the cycle blitz. String him up.
That frame kill with the light blitz is so tricky to play defense against. I know it's just kind of like a fancy frame kill, but you never know what's going to be coming up next regardless, right? He leaves himself in such an advantageous position to get a striker, like a true striker throw. It's a little problematic too, but Kosa, he falls susceptible to it just like everybody else does, man. Tachikawa, pretty confident right now in regards to the way he's schmoving.
I think him being a consultant, being a coach, has helped him really break down how players want to play and dissect them. And I think it's obviously melded into or bled into how he is as a competitor. Like you see right now, he's been able to play the tendencies of how Kosa wants to play. He's like, okay, you're going to smash that crouching medium punch. That don't do nothing against Flicker, especially at this distance. So even though it's not hitting so continuously, it's establishing back the neutral game in the calm sense of the neutral game where he has control. He wants to have that control so he can go in and get his win and be the aggressive Tachikawa that we know him for once he has the read on the opponent and the proper timings and things like that too as well. So once that button was off the table, he felt a lot more confident to go this dash ups and things like that, the drive rushes up and enact that corner pressure. And then again, on defense, he was really good. Triple back dash, most people be like, well, why did you back dash that much? You left so much room. You're giving up so much room against that character. If you know what Ken does, that could be a crouching mid kick into a side switch off a Dragon Lash, and that could be your ass, to be honest. That could be over. It could be over for you. It could be a big win here for Kosa. He disallows that from happening. I like that mentality. He's been dissecting the character, the player. Can I get some lessons, Tachikawa? Yo, let me sign them DMs and teach me, bro. Help me out. Dang.
I feel like anybody who gets like under the tutelage of Tachikawa becomes like a better player, like immensely, because he was such a pivotal part of so many different players' upbringings in the first season of Street Fighter 6 within Street Fighter League, right? Being able to dissect all of these matchups and also be such a component of like modern and classic, right? Being able to like understand how modern works to give like a deeper analysis for some of these players, and also like a thorough understanding of how the characters work themselves to be that dedicated coach. That is impressive at such a young age too. I don't even think he's that old. I really don't think he's that old, if I'm not mistaken. But him getting called up to like coach some of it's impressive. Man.
He's coaching Tokido and a bunch of other people. I mean, he was coaching a whole ass team, to be honest, a few seasons ago. So this guy, he knows what it takes. He's a student of the game, and we see him master what happens in the neutral. We'll see what the switch up is here for Kosa. Like, now that crushing medium punch doesn't work, you have to switch up a little bit. Do something different when you get a little bit closer. Maybe drive a jab when you get nice and close. Various with the fireballs, but to get there might take some difficulty.
Making an option with the jab too. With all the momentum that has been on Tachikawa's side, that jab meant everything for Kosa to create that space. Man, he just knows exactly when to press those buttons. Tachikawa getting a counter, getting again against Kosa.
Yeah, that range game without a crushing medium kick, so he has to go for the jab. Holding parry, drive rush right after his E-tap parry. Tachikawa with the perfect parry too as well. Standing on business. Anti-air cycle blitz right after. That was nice and high. Reversal jab. Should be able to seal the deal here. Tatsu, Shippujinrai. Yeah, let it fly. It's the kill. Kosa. Better with these jabs. A lot more in terms of reward too as well that we're seeing when he does land the counter hits. Expensive. Saves off set point.
Side switch too. Baiting Tachikawa. That wasn't even a punish counter on the parry, if I'm not mistaken. He's opting not to do anything about that throw. Oh, you already know what's coming. Oh, he drops? Okay, so not going to be a true desync. Not going to be a desync at all, actually.
Shimmy game on point. Shinrai could be incoming. Frame kill with the throw right after. May not even need it. Knocking on the door with those jabs, those lights. All equal. The jab, the big deterrent. Yeah, honestly, it's drive a jab or jab when he's nice and close, and just having the confident walk up. No longer giving up so much room, but being a little bit more active with that jab. Couldn't do so much before, but now he gets close. Oh, another walk up throw. With these players out, these high level players, being able to get a very confident walk up throw. And the pickup.
That was an insane pickup too. It's a side switch off the perfect parry. Dashing up twice. Benefit for the Oki. Again, Kosa with the big interruptions. Tachikawa's looking at burnout, and he's going to be suffering a lot in the corner. He's facing the wrath of Jinrai, Lord Jinrai, excuse me. Just look at the harassment that you get off of this burnout scenario. Kosa looking extravagant, laying the bus ass with a plethora of fierces towards the end of that.
Slaughter season up in that corner. Crouching with a kick hits. He's been able to establish that button now. Breaking the throw. Tachikawa getting active on defense. Whip punishes there. He even backed up to let that button whip. Got his hard knockdown. Drive rush though. Calls up the throw. Ooh, the jump pierce. Maybe it was time, or maybe jump light kick would have hit. I'm not sure. I like the idea though.
Still could be anybody's game though, right? Like Tachikawa could get a couple of conversions. Getting a rock hit off of the forward heavy punch does make it that much scarier. If he manages to land a counter poke, it could be lights out. But the forward throw again, getting closer and inching towards his goal. It will be expensive, but to stay alive, it's totally worth it. And there it is. We just talked about it. Level 2. Ugh. Expensive as it is, still being able to retain one bar means everything. Final game, final round. Are we going to see the tiebreaker scenario? Knocking on the door, not going to mistime it this time. Kosa getting the proper throw bait and the proper punish.
Wow. Flip out the jab, gets a counter combo. One more sequence right here. Perfect parry on the dash up. Gets a backdoor positional advantage here. Tachikawa makes something of this. Walk up throw again. What is with these players out here? Being able to get the confident walk up throw, catching the walk backs. The Reeds have been absolutely insane. But again, Kosa still has the lead in health. Not getting to work those jabs we talked about. Walking back, able to get a whip punch, holding parry. OD fireball to initiate, run cancel.
So tough too. Doing as much as you can with the flickers and the fireballs will only lead to so much. I think Tachikawa is really trying to find that opening. It's just so hard. Kosa is just so aware. He is hyper focused on the approach, right?
This one can open up with the low. The crushing kick can mean everything. The dash up throw. Drive rush jab again. No whip punish. Trying to go for the meaty, but it didn't work out. 30 seconds on the clock. Time winding down. You're whipping all these buttons. I'm waiting for a sweep. Here from Kosa. Parry's there. 17 seconds. No parry. If the throw would have worked out, he would have had him in the corner again. 10 seconds on the clock. Kosa's got the lead. He's got bars to work with. Once he can OD fireball, he can jump back just like that to avoid a drive impact. Kosa takes it.
What the heck just happened?
I knew that was coming.
What in the hell was that? But how did Kosa preemptively look? Even I know for sure Kosa was mad lucky because the entire team was like, "What the hell?" Like he was already in the air. That was just super unlucky for Tachikawa. But what in the world enticed you to do that? That was crazy on both ends. What enticed Kosa to jump back like that? And why did Tachikawa go for the drive impact?
I kind of wonder if it was like a call out against like a fireball, maybe. Like, yeah, I mean, obviously OD wouldn't have worked out, but maybe a call out against like a fireball. He had like a defensive fireball poke in the corner, or maybe just like going for maybe the longer butts, like heavy kick at that distance. But I feel like Kosa's not the type to do that sort of thing up in the corner. And as you mentioned, I think that was a definitely. Yeah, let's see here. I think you're right in it. Yeah, that was preemptive. He was already off the ground before the drive impact hit. And I think he was trying to catch whatever long range button would have came his way and enforce a trade, possibly because I don't think Crouch Fierce or Heavy would have reached an angle to hit where he wouldn't get blessed. So I think he was just banking on any normal coming out. He was like, yo, I'll take the drive impact though. 40 points. Fukushima, IBUSHIGIN taking a big lion's share and Ultra leaving with nothing in their hands. That is not good.
That is, I mean, that's phenomenal for Fukushima. That was a giant leap towards the goalpost, right? I'm actually, I still can't wrap my brain around the anticipation from the side of Kosa. Like, for doing that jump back in the corner, I can't even imagine. I swear to God, he better talk about that in the post-game interview. I need to know what his decision was, or what his decision making like. I don't even know. I can't even. My brain is still like blown right now. I can't even form sentences correctly. Like, what made him think about that? I don't know.
It had to be the normals. I don't know. I'm gonna ask him during his stream. He does speak English very well. Like, you guys should definitely hit him up on the stream when he does stream. Sometimes it's kind of sporadic, but I'm definitely gonna ask him like, hey man, what was that jump back, bro? Was he being random? Just let me know. Just let me know. Just be honest. Be honest. Be so for real.
I understand if it was like a read against perhaps a flicker, but it's like you have a 1 of 3 chance of it being like the anti-air flicker, and also like maybe in anticipation for the flicker, you also can hold it and possibly anti-air correctly with it regardless. So that's what scares me the most. It's like,
right?
Like how?
What if that was punish counter? You had a pickup, right? Like an OD? If you went for like OD flicker?
Yeah.
Ooh. I want to know so bad. I'm gonna ask Kosa definitely when he streams. But yo, big win here. IBUSHIGIN taking a big W. Very great in terms of like the order. This definitely showcased like how order definitely matters. And it's reminiscent of how they played previously and some of the victories. You know, Kosa taking over Tachikawa, but that was the first of 2 last time. This time was the first of 3. You know, Otani had beat Sasamo previously, though. This time, it was reverse. Sasamo, even though I missed that game, or I missed the other game, my bad. Sasamo, we saw take it over Otani. And we're getting the interviews here. Yanai said both teams didn't have their best conditions after the trip, but really thanked the team that we won, I'm sorry. Kakaru says, we had a plan for me to go to the anchor, but I wasn't in the best condition. It was great that worked out. So this is why it's imperative for you to be communicative with your team to say, hey, I'm not ready to play, bro. I'm a little tired. I'm a little, a little froggy a little bit. My eyes can't see too well right now. I want to go to sleep. That's why Kakaru kind of finished his game really quickly. So, like, I like that he was like, put me in the first of two. Very smart stuff.
So I was right. Kakaru was supposed to be in the anchor spot. See, listen, man, I called that.
You're right.
But I think it paid off either way, right? This is super important in the development of the team right now. Even if there's only 3 weeks left, the development kind of showing that Kosa is still strong enough to step up to the anchor positioning. You're going to see this a lot in Street Fighter League US and Street Fighter League Europe in the next couple of weeks. But having a person that's versatile between like the 10-point matches and the anchor matches is going to be so pivotal towards the success of your team getting into playoffs, right? So this shows me a really big step up for not only Kosa as an individual, but for the entire Fukushima camp. So I'm really excited to see this progression, despite it being rather late. Better late than never, right? 145 points right now. You're still in lines, or at least pretty much like a stone's throw away from making it in. I'm liking this chance right now.
Way better turnout, mostly from Sasamo, who said I didn't have the best games in the season. But our team has had multiple people at Singapore. Great that I was able to help out. And Kosa said, I knew Tachikawa was training for my moves, but I realized the weakness of my moves through Tachikawa's preparation. So I'm wondering if he was like,
bars.
Yo, that was actually fire. Now I think about it. I mean, the weakness of my moves, not of his, but of my moves. And so I felt like he evolved during the set, though. He was like, wait a minute, crouching medium push kind of be working out. It kind of be cooking when I get close enough. And I can get so much reward if I get the run cancel and get the DP, get a little bit of Oki off of that, forcing him to jump back even though he avoided most situations afterwards. You saw him like putting Tachikawa on the back foot continuously. He said, I wasn't planning on using full time, but I was pretty defensive, always taking my time to win the game. Maybe the way to play against Ed as a Ken player is to time him out and make him use the bathroom break that he couldn't take.
That's so difficult, man. That's so difficult sometimes, because like you saw how aggressive Tachikawa was in the first couple of games, man. Like sometimes you don't even have a choice. But having that life lead, pretty imperative, man. Kosa, he knows how to play at such a slow pace. It's kind of scary, like seeing a Ken do that. And I'm not trying to say like being at a slow pace is necessarily a bad thing, but having that playstyle in general is very rare. And Kosa, I think he's got it, man. He's definitely got that attribute, and he does it very well.
Oh, just amazingly well. That's horribly well, unfortunately, for Oja, as they walk away with no points to their name, and that's not a good sign. I mean, when you look at the team, their format, and what they set up in terms of their strategy, and even if Kakaru would have went up, I think it would have been the same result. To be honest, keep it a buck, I think they were prepared either which way. So Oja got to step up. This is one of those things where KB has got to get better. I didn't get to see that match, but hearing that he's doing sweeps in the neutral, can't play like Nemo, bro. I feel like that's a Nemo thing. You can't do that. Especially against the likes of Ed, where he can easily whip punish. And then we see other players that are not setting up to the plate. I feel Mochi has not really done too much in the league thus far. He has been not winning any games. He's been here and there, but not in a significant manner where he's been a threat. I'm sure he's been giving advice from where he has been a champion in other games, but I want to see him play. I feel like you really had to have a lot of your team members, if not all of them, at the rate at least to put on some pressure and available to play. I think Shinobism Gaming is the only team where we haven't really seen all of their players play at a high level. Johnny's the only one that hasn't really found the character. But that rounds out our day. Good 8 squad, Shinobism Gaming. I'm sorry, Good 8 squad. Saishunkan Kumamoto 30-10, DetonatioN and Shinobism Gaming 25-20, and did a blowout of NagoyaNTPOJA and Fukushima IBUSHIGIN. That's 40-0. That sets up what we have right here. 180 tied Good 8 squad with the differential. Saishunkan 155. So that's not too far off. 145 here for Fukushima with that big W off the 40. And Oja with 115. So they're still in contention. 90 points only for Detonation. FocusMe. Bro, they better focus up, because I feel like if it ain't 40 bombers, you ain't going to the playoffs.
I want to say with 120 points, if they were to really kick it up into gear, there might be a possibility, but that's also a really big ask. It's a giant ask. Not too sure, man. All the mathematizers in the chat, you let us know, because I don't even know, man. But 90 points right now and the potential 140 with 3 weeks left to play. Who knows? Who knows? What I do know is it's a pretty close race between the top, I want to say actually the bottom four. The bottom four, much closer to the race. But first and second, I think them kind of pulling away with the rest of the squads. I think they're in a pretty good position, but things can change, man. In a matter of 3 weeks, things can definitely change. You guys do not want to miss it, and get ready for everything that's coming up too. The rest of the scheduling can be coming up, or will be coming up very, very shortly. But in the meantime, what a well-rounded set of matches, right? We had like every possibility. We had a 30-10, a tiebreaker, then a full blowout.
Like the runbacks that happen, you get to see the adjustments in these players playing and adding new strategies, different characters up, and different orders up. It's just great to see like the variety. Now we're going to see the rise and fall of some of these teams, as well as Good 8 Squad stays in that top spot. Look at the rise of Shinobism Gaming. They were lacking and slacking at the bottom for 2 days, and they said, let's turn up like volume. After a couple games, 4 game streak. Today was the only loss that they've had after, I'm sorry, a 3-game streak. Now, today was the only real loss that they've had, and then Detonation FocusMe, as you see, just sinking down below. They got to get it in gear, bro. I mean, again, it's not about them being a weak team. It's just, I think the strategy that they're implementing is not so good. And this was our next match is coming up for Division F. CAG going up against Crazy Raccoon, Reject going up against Pharrell, and then Hiroshima Team Itsuka going up against Bellevue Gaming for the next time that we meet on the 25th. So a couple days, actually.
Yeah, I feel like being back in the schedule is going to be very fun to get ourselves back into gear and reintroducing ourselves to some of the teams and within the current standings. But you guys, again, just witnessed Division S. If you guys want to check it out again, the next time you can check it out is October 29th with Fukushima IBUSHIGIN facing off against Shinobism Gaming. Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto versus NagoyaNTPOJA. That's going to be a hotly contested one. Then, of course, Detonation FocusMe versus Good 8 Squad. That is going to be a very, very difficult ask. Again, another David and Goliath story. That's going to be the case for, I feel like, a lot of the Detonation FocusMe guys over and over again, having to face off against the guys tied in first place currently. But as for the other matches, you know they're going to be bangers regardless, right? Be sure to mark your calendars again, same time, but different date, October 29th for Division S. It's been so exciting to see it all unravel. Pretty unpredictable thus far. We couldn't even call it before the matches even started.
No idea. Had no idea. Even the orders have been switched up so much, and they had orders for orders if certain things did not work out. So it's cool to see again that strategy come into play. It's such an important thing for Street Fighter League, for these team-based tournaments. It's not about I'm going to set up this player, have them clean up everything. You have to have the other players at the ready and steady out here as well. And you also have to have certain strategies for different characters, different sort of play styles. Even if it works out for one, it may not work out for another. So it's cool to see that meta evolve and grow. And I feel like the growth of these players has been emboldened by them being able to go to CPTs, the offlines. I hope they go to more. I hope what you said works out. They go to, you know, come to Frosty. Hell, come hang out with us at Frosty. Come to see Otago. I don't know. Come out and hang out with us and play and get some of that practice. I know a lot of people go to Japan. There's probably Max and Indy Walker are out there right now, and I'm sure many others are staying out there for some weeks to train. But I like to see them come over here and play and learn from our best. Play the TNS. See how you doing TNS. I don't know. So we got some demons out here at Tampa Never Sleeps and the Casas and things like that on a weekly basis. But this is our schedule coming up for October and November. Mark your calendars right now. Take a screenshot if you have to, so you know exactly when we have these matches on the way.
One of my biggest surprises is seeing the Division F play on November 1st. That's still going to be happening, by the way, because the Super Premiere in Japan is going to be happening the following day afterwards, on the first weekend of November. Can you believe it? That's actually going to be pretty intense for a lot of the players in regards to like what they need to be prepping for. But as it stands right now, man, that's a lot of Street Fighter to look forward to. I'm super excited for it. Seeing Japan get their own standalone super premiere is exciting. And I'm all for it. If it's anything like what we experienced over in Singapore, there it is right there. Even more so going towards a lot of the World Warrior events as well. So many players are practicing for so many different avenues to get into the big dance that is Capcom Cup. Again, one of those avenues is being able to qualify via the World Warrior. And considering that this is also a super region for World Warrior, the one who gets the most wins and the highest rank towards the end of all 5 weeks is automatically going to be put into Capcom Cup. So that in and of itself is a pretty significant deal. You can catch that November 17th on Sunday to make sure your calendars are set for all the action happening in Japan.
And considering Fudo is now qualified, I wonder how much that shakes up things. Y'all be able to watch this, the public viewing, scan that QR code. If you're in the area in Japan, you can join up and hang out with those wonderful commentators, Aru, Hamako, and is that Ida-san right there also joining as a commentator? I wish I knew Japanese just to hear if he's talking smack, because that guy is such a big jokester. Meeting him in person for a more in-depth time at ECT was absolutely fantastic. That guy is funny as heck. Just saying things you don't expect. So I definitely would like to hear that commentary and what he's been saying about the players. But y'all can catch that, hit the QR code. But as you mentioned, many ways to get into Capcom Cup. With Shuto out the running now that he's seated there. I wonder who's going to be taking those top spots with the points and how things will be adjusted and modified with 2 other players going out to the Capcom Cup from Japan. We'll see who makes it. You know, it's in close contention. Hard to call who makes it the top 16 spot, let alone top 24. Your favorites get knocked out before they even happen sometimes, or they make that finale. Who even knows? Just as ambiguous as it is with Street Fighter League Japan.
Yeah, I 100% wouldn't be able to call who would make it into like the top 3, but the top 8, I actually kind of like maybe had an idea. But as wild as that gets between like, I want to say specifically for Singapore, ECT, that blew my mind. But that's the beauty of it all. Like, you guys do not want to miss any of the premieres that are happening throughout the year, right? This one's going to be insane. There's going to be so many players that are going to be traveling out for this as well. Super Premiere Japan, some of the American folks that are really grinding it out and taking it seriously, they're also going to be there in the Super Premiere, and it's very exciting to see it, right? Some of the cats that were able to get into the bracket, first and foremost, I'm glad that they did. And for the folks that helped out from Japan, we appreciate you guys for helping all of the foreign players register. Right, if you guys could, I think there might be a way for some of the locals in Japan to still register. I don't know if that's still like currently open or not, but be able to check out that QR code either way, possibly for like spectator passes, being able to view it in person is going to be a pretty significant deal. And a lot of these things are kind of like tied in with just other events. So even if you can't compete, which I'm pretty sure, like, with a deadline, even if you're not able to, still show up anyway, because these are super sick to attend. The fans out there in Japan are definitely different. They are so positive in regards to, like, everything Street Fighter. They kind of treat the professional players with like fandom, right? They ask for like autographs, they ask for pictures. Really cool and respectable out there. But the vendors that you get at some of these events have some really exclusive merch. I highly encourage you guys to check it out just because of that as well. So if you can't compete, get some of the exclusive stuff that is provided at the super premieres.
Also, catch the actions coming up in November. Every day, we live matches from the 15th to the 26th for Europe Street Fighter League. I cannot wait to see this. Ari, I'm locked in for the US edition that just started last week. You should be locked in for this one as well. There is no shortage of Street Fighter action, League Edition. That's some of my favorite play, to see these teams, see the players, their emotions, and honestly, their personality, right? You don't get to typically see unless you're watching the streams or whatever. You get to see that full frontal, and it's just a great time. And as mentioned, there's the US. We just started recently. We already had some hot action. I know this week's going to be hot. Every week's going to be hot. I mean, you promised it, and you honestly, y'all delivered. And also, shout out to Rich for joining the commentary team with that. That was super sick to see him show up for the very first episode. Very well done. My dude is doing mad work out here. Shout out to him. Big love.
Yeah. A lot of things cooking up in the realm of Street Fighter 6, but one thing is for certain, you don't want to miss any of it. Whether it's the US, EU, or right here at Street Fighter League Japan. We appreciate you guys for all of your time that has been coming through and hanging out with us. In the meantime, we'll see you for the next one. That's all of it for now, at least on our end. We'll catch you for Division F on Friday. Take care, everyone. We appreciate you guys. See you next time.
Pro-JP 2024本日はディビジョン S 第7節の3試合をお届けしました。実況は私 R、そして解説はハメコさんでお送りいたしました。ハメコさんありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。この後は選手の音声入り本日のハイライトをご覧いただきますので、こちらもお楽しみに。それではディビジョン F 第7節でお会いいたしましょう。さよなら。さよなら。川の動き対するは樋口がいる。行ってみましょう。これ結構まずいですね。さあ止まった。そしてソリッドパンチャー発動。割りに行くか。読んでいる。だけどこれもう
おえーついてる。これは
ついてるな。それを言い方がえぐかったな。
さああれして上崩れない。完成垂直ダウンジャンプ。
うお耐えた。
お
おナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス。むずいな。
難しかったな。
うわこれうまい。マジか今の。
からのトライがギリギリ戻ってこない。うわーしかし当たっている。
狙ってすか？狙って2。あれは臭すぎたからラッシュした。うまー。すごい。2ラッシュして今。空陣ス空陣ス。わすごいすごいな。すごい。対空の反応遅れたけど空陣かもって思って。いやすげえ。今のリーグ1のプレーでいいと思います。許す。
潰れている。
どうする？
まだ返せるか。わ
ーよし。
まだ返せるか。
ナイス。うますぎ。
美味しかった。ちょっと最後のあれ。
これさっきまさかよいしょ。結構減ってるぞ。
マジかよ。最大
ストーム最大。
マジごめん。うわもうしゃあない。いやおいかちゃんとじゃないですか。いったやってた。しかった。レベル3でよかったけど。ナイス。
いや来た。これはからしか。そしてマガスキ足りそうだぞ。どうだ残るか。桃地は手を挙げている。さあどうだ届いた。
いやめっちゃよかった。めっちゃうまかったなこれ。めっちゃよかった。
マチョボ一気に体力はもう追いついている。出て打ってきた。最後の一撃はついている。
ありがとうございます。あらありがとうございます。マチョボチームありがとうございます。いやーしゃあない。しゃあない。いやー申し訳ねえ。まあ1位タイなんで大丈夫です。
入れ替わっているぞ。
これでかい。
中断させない。
ナイス。
マジで言うことなかった。
盤石でした。オッケー。
いやどんまい。いやどんまい。
5期意外だった。いやまあ
入れ替わらない。
ドライブがまた少ない。
内が入って
この後勝負どころ。
上
今ジャンキャンやってた。ジャンキャンやってた。じゃんけんか。ナイスナイスナイス。
何をやっている。9秒8秒。
ジャンプ我慢比べはこさだった。
いやー、いや、バックジャンプってお前。バックジャンプ。しょうがない。
やったー。
おー、やったぞ。ありがとう。アドバイスありがとうみんな。すごすぎる。ナイス。やべえ。勝てると思わんかった。そこでとこやばすぎるマジで。今の一番いぶし銀だったわ。いぶし銀すぎる。